Chapter 334. Yushu's group of 4 had a good time at the Shuangyang meeting. When it was almost sunset, they reluctantly returned home. They had dinner at Wangji Tower. Yushu thought that she did not plan to go out tomorrow, so she asked Lin Fu to bring the accounts of the past few days. She looked through them and put them back after making sure that there were no discrepancies. Feng Xiaomiao had left earlier. Shui Rui had to send Yushu back first, so Shui Jinxuan was naturally in the car. On the way, Yushu and Shui Rui talked about what happened during the day. Shui Jinxuan listened quietly and smiled without interrupting. When they arrived at Zhao Hui's house, Yushu got out of the car. Shui Rui opened the window and said goodbye to her. He told her that she did not have to go to Taiching department to look at the results on the 4th day of the new year. He would send someone to look at the results first and then inform her. Yushu agreed. The Dian examination results were released during the Shuangyang meeting. Starting from the 4th day of the new year, there would be a subject every 7 days. The first subject was Yi Li. She felt that she had no hope of passing this subject, so she did not have the enthusiasm to look at the results in person. Hence, she had to trouble Shui Rui. Yushu waved at Shui Jinxuan in the car and said goodbye with a smile. She turned around and entered the house. Shui Rui closed the window and sat down again. When he looked back, he saw Shui Jinxuan looking at the window with a disappointed face. He thought for a moment and asked her with a smile, "Is your sister Yu a good person?" Shui Jinxuan twisted her fingers. Because she was not good at expressing herself, she just nodded slightly. Then she lowered her head and said no more. Seeing her like this, Shui Rui sighed and said in a gentler voice, "If you like to be with her, we can ask her out to play another day. How about that?" "Okay." Deep into the night, Yushu was lying on the bed with her hands as a pillow. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she thought about how she had been watching the commotion from below the arena during the day. Unintentionally, she looked up at the glazed rooftop and vaguely saw the silhouette of Ji Xingxuan. Needless to say, if that really was Ji Xingxuan, she must have accompanied Ning Wang to attend the double sun gathering. This gave Yushu a headache. Lu Hao didn't look like someone who would be blinded by lust. However, he still kept Ji Xingxuan by his side even though the Ji family had gone through such a huge incident. It had to be said that he was sincere. And Ji Xingxuan was a smart person. With such a backer to rely on, how could he not make use of it? This is not good news. Yushu thinks it over and over again. She always feels that she has a family now. Being stared at from behind by such a deadly enemy, her life is very unreliable. She has to be on guard against thieves and thieves. It seems that I have to make a trip to Zhenren Yuan. I'll spend some money to hire a skilled fighter. In the future, when I go out alone, I'll have to bring a guard with me. Yushu muttered to herself. She quickly made up her mind to go shopping the next day. She turned over, wrapped herself in the blanket, and fell asleep. Yushu had seen the accounts yesterday. Lin Fu originally thought that she wouldn't come today. Who knew that early in the morning, when he had just changed his clothes and came downstairs, he saw Yushu open the back door and walk in. "Miss Old Lin, good morning." Yushu greeted the fat steward. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, she pointed upstairs and explained, "I'm here to get something." Lin Fu asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I ate on the way. There's no need to prepare anything for me. I'll leave in a while. You can go do what you need to do." Yushu waved her hand at him and went up to the 2nd floor. She used the key to open the door and entered the room she used. Turning into the side restroom, she pulled out a medium-sized box from under the bed. She took it to the table and opened it. Inside the box was her private money. There was a stack of banknotes that she'd extorted from the Ji family. There were also some bits and pieces that she earned from doing fortune-telling. Although she had used some of it, there was still a lot left. She made an inventory. There was about 1,000 taels left. Yushu took the money bag and put the bits and pieces of silver in it. She folded the banknotes and put them in her pocket. She only left 2 ingots to look at in the box. With enough money, Yushu left from the back door. She went to the street and hired a gray leather sedan chair. She directed people to carry it to the west of the city. The north and south of the city were clearly demarcated. The Qianyuan road that ran through the capital divided the rich and the poor. The east and west of the city were also different. They were also in the west of the city. A little further north was a street of calligraphy, painting, and silk shops, while a little further south was a bustling market. The streets were noisy, and there were many beggars. There were always 2 or 3 beggars on each street. Yushu liked to recognize the way, so she didn't just sit in the sedan chair. Instead, she hung up the curtain and looked all the way. She was looking at the street to see if there were any new snacks that she could buy and bring back for Yu Xiaoxiu to try. Suddenly, she saw a few unkempt beggars chasing a limping clay figurine out of an alley. In a moment, they rushed to the middle of the street, and her sedan chair happened to block their way. The clay figurine that was being chased lost its balance and fell to the ground. The people chasing it caught up and grabbed its hair and began to wrestle with it. The sedan chair bearers were shocked and stopped. They were blocked by the people in front of them and couldn't pass. "Bastard, how dare you steal food and drink in our territory? Beat him to death." "Who asked you to steal? Who asked you to steal? I'll beat you to death." Yushu's palanquin couldn't move, so she could only watch the scene unfold. The clay figurine that was being beaten was a man. His hair was messy, and his clothes were ragged, barely hanging on his body. One of his hands was strangely holding his head, and he didn't fight back. Instead, he lowered his head and wolfed down the fried chicken in his other hand while the others were beating him. However, the chicken was quickly snatched from his hand by a few beggars. They kicked him to the ground and stomped on him a few times. Then, they swore and ran into the alley. The clay figurine didn't make a sound. He struggled to get up from the ground. When he raised his head, he saw Yushu in the sedan chair. The first to be stunned was the clay figurine. Yushu reacted quickly. She recognized the man as soon as she saw the ugly centipede-like scar on the man's unshaven face. She was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. Wasn't this the deputy leader of Autumn Osmanthus Lane's Evergreen Gang? The brother Hai, that Qiu Biao and the others hired to kill her. Why was Qiu Biao and Bai Qing beheaded in public? Shouldn't they be locked up in prison? Just as Yushu was bewildered, the clay figurine panicked and retreated a few steps. He dragged his half-crippled leg and ran into the alley behind him. When Yushu came back to her senses, the clay figurine had already run far away. Yushu anxiously clung to the window and wanted to get out of the sedan chair. She didn't know whether to chase or not. A series of question marks appeared in her mind. A few months ago, that pair of bandits, Qiu Biao and Bai Qing, bumped into her in the capital. When they found out that she was still alive, they were afraid that she would expose the fact that they were colluding with the water bandits from both inside and outside to murder for money, so they tried to kill her. Later on, she asked Shui Rui for help to bring this group of people to justice. The murderer they hired was Brother Hai. Because he injured Jing Chen's hand, Yushu broke 2 of his fingers and sent him to prison. Qiu Biao and Bai Qing were beheaded. She clearly remembered that Brother Hai was also sentenced to 10 years in prison for murder. It had only been a few months. How did he escape? Could he be escaping from prison? However, it seemed that he had been out for a long time. Why didn't she hear anything? Why didn't Shui Rui tell her that he had escaped? The more Yushu thought about it, the more confused she became. She didn't dare to chase after him by herself. She could only remember the route and let the sedan chair bearers carry her away. Yushu went to the supply house alone and carefully selected 2 servants who could fight and carry. She spent a high price of 400 taels of silver to take them away. However, she didn't look for the steward who received Shui Rui last time. She took the contract of selling herself and 2 guards who were said to be the private soldiers of a criminal general. Yushu came out of the supply house. She didn't even sit in the sedan chair. She directly brought the 2 guards and walked back to the street where she saw Brother Hai. "Miss, where are we going?" "Go to the front. I want to catch someone. Help me," Yushu said with a heavy expression. Since she knew that the person had escaped from prison, she couldn't just let him go. She must catch him to prevent any accidents from happening. The 2 newly appointed thugs looked at each other. Because they had been transferred and taught in the supply house, they remembered to obey orders in order to have a better life in the future. They didn't say anything else and followed behind Yushu into an alley. Yushu was sure that Brother Hai couldn't have run far with a limp. Plus, he had obvious features. In less than an hour, they found his whereabouts in the neighborhood. When Yushu led them through many turns and found a smelly ditch, Chu Hai was curled up and coughing under a broken bridge. As soon as he heard footsteps approaching, Chu Hai raised his head in alarm. When he saw the figure of the person approaching, he rolled and crawled to run. But the 2 thugs brought by Yushu obeyed her orders and went forward to capture him. Different from the cowardly Yushu saw on the street before, Chu Hai dragged a limp and fought with 2 thugs alone. After more than 10 moves, he was defeated. His arms were twisted and he was pushed to the front of Yushu. "Miss, I've caught him. What should I do with him?" Yushu stared at Chu Hai, who was neither human nor ghost, with an ugly expression, and asked directly, "How did you escape from the prison?" Ahem. Chu Hai knew that he couldn't break free, so he lowered his head and didn't say a word or answer Yushu's question. Yushu sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. You are a fugitive anyway. I'll send you to the yamen now." Chu Hai's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head and stared at Yushu. His bloodshot eyes revealed a pleading expression. "I was just paid by someone to eliminate a disaster for them. There is no hatred between us." Cough, cough, cough. "I attacked you, but you also cut off 2 of my fingers. So, we are even. If you let me go, I swear to God that I will never seek revenge on you in the future. Otherwise, I will die a horrible death, otherwise." Speaking of this, he gasped a few times, gritted his teeth, and suddenly became ruthless. "Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you live a good life." Chu Hai was a man in the past. He had some guts. He was under the control of others, but he still dared to threaten. If Yushu was timid, she might be scared by him. But this woman had experienced death, so she wouldn't be scared by his bluff. Chapter 335. After Yushu caught Chu Hai, she did not bring him back to her home. Instead, she went to Huixing Street in the south of the city. Speaking of which, this small courtyard with 3 rooms was the first place Yushu had settled down after coming to the capital. Later, when Xia Mingming returned to Xia Zhang's home and Zhao Hui and her husband came to the capital to look for someone, the 2 of them moved over and this place became vacant. The security in the south of the city was not as good as the north of the city. When people saw someone carrying a beggar on the street in broad daylight, they only looked at it out of curiosity and did not ask anything. Yushu walked in front and led the way. When they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, she put her hand into the gap under the threshold and took out the spare key. She unlocked the door and signaled the 2 men she just bought to bring Chu Hai in. She turned around and hung the door bolt. The small courtyard had not been cleaned for a period of time, so there was a layer of dust inside and outside. Yushu pushed the door open and entered the central room. She asked them to casually throw Chu-hai on the ground. She touched the dust on the table and dusted her hands. She walked back and forth in the room with her hands behind her back before she stopped. She turned around and looked at the two men who were doubting her. I did not say it clearly in the concubine. The steward there must have told you that I bought you to be the guards of the concubine. In fact, that is not the case. You see, I am a young woman going out alone, so you must be suspicious. I might as well tell you that I am a customer. I am a teacher, so I don't care about the customs. I used the money to buy you back. If I want you to guard the door at night, it will be a waste of your talents. Here is a task for you to do. If you do it well, I will treat you as my subordinates in the future. In the future, I might even help you get rid of your slave status. At this point, the two martial artists' faces were already filled with shock. They looked like they didn't believe her, but Yushu didn't want them to believe her for a while. She just wanted to scare them into working for her. That was enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yushu asked again. The two martial artists weren't untactful. One of them was good at reading the situation. He stealthily pulled on the other and stepped forward. Cupping his hands in obeisance to Yushu, he lowered his head and said sincerely, "Since I, Shohu, am already Mrs. Person, I will naturally follow Mrs. Lead and follow your orders. I will listen to Mrs. Instructions." The other one was a little simple and honest, but he was not stupid. Seeing Shohu's attitude, he also cupped his fists and said in a low, muffled voice, "I am Song Dolly. As long as Miss takes care of my food, I will listen to your orders." Yushu could roughly guess their temperament from their words and actions, so she was a little relieved. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he pointed at Chu-hai who was thrown on the ground and said, "This person has some old grudges with me. You will stay in this courtyard for the time being and help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Here is some silver. Take it and eat and drink for the next few days. Throw him into the water and wash him. Change him into clean clothes, tie him up and watch him." Yushu took out the biggest piece of silver in her purse and gave it to Shohu, who seemed to be a bit smarter. After giving a few more instructions, he left the key and left alone. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to interrogate Chu-hai was because there were some things that he had to clarify before he could interrogate him. Yushu left Huaxing Street and went to the north of the city to find a big exchange shop. She bought 2 things and returned home. The sky was already dark and she hastily ate her dinner. She asked Yundo to urge the kitchen to boil water and send it into the house. After taking a bath and changing clothes, she placed the small incense burner she bought in the afternoon on the tea table. She opened a small enamel box and took out a piece of ambergris. She burned it in the burner. In the selected works of Yi Jia, it was recorded that burning ambergris could help the bargainer predict the future. This was also the favorite method of the rich bargainer. Yushu didn't use it in the past because a small box of ambergris was too expensive. She couldn't afford it, but this time she was able to make a loss. Yesterday she saw Ji Xingxuan at the Double Suns meeting and today she bumped into Chu-hai who escaped from prison. Yushu was very cautious in times of peace and was very suspicious of the connection between these two incidents. After she returned from the banquet at the princess mansion, she was worried that Lu Yi would cause trouble for her. So she used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself. The divination had been uneven and ominous. Coupled with Jing Chen's previous warning, she was almost sure that with her bad luck, she would most likely be in trouble. Unfortunately, her date of birth was not accurate. She couldn't use the rule of time of calamity that she was most familiar with. Her aptitude was limited and she couldn't see through the 6 lines divination. Every time she wanted to calculate the details, she would throw out an empty hexagram. In order to avoid disaster and lose money, she took a bath and burned incense. She prepared everything and asked Yundo to guard outside the door to prevent people from making noise. Then she took out the 3 tong bao coins that she usually used. She sat in front of the table, closed her eyes and devoutly chanted a paragraph of the clear heart mantra that Jing Chen taught her. When her mind was clear and her heart was free of distracting thoughts, she concentrated on asking about the matter. She threw the almost hot copper coins into the silver plate. Once and twice, she dipped her finger into the tea and wrote the hexagram on the table. Until the 6th complete hexagram, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Then she looked at the hexagram on the table and showed a trace of joy. Success. She didn't waste her 100 taels of silver. Yu Shu was secretly happy. She knew that it was not the time to be happy. She quickly withdrew her thoughts and focused all her attention on the hexagram that was about to disappear. She had a vague feeling in her heart. She held the teacup in one hand and dipped the other into the water to calculate. It was not that she didn't want to use pen and paper, but the inspiration was fleeting. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to calculate the result when she turned around. It took about 2 hours to burn the small box of ambergris. Yu Shu finally got a clear sign. She frowned and wiped her fingers in front of her body. She got up and walked to the desk with the fragrance of incense. She grinded the ink thoughtfully and dipped the pen into the paper to write, February 13th, avoid water, fatal disaster. Yu Shu couldn't sleep the whole night because of the hexagram she calculated yesterday. She couldn't be blamed for not being calm. How many people in this world could lie in bed and sleep when they knew that a disaster was about to befall them? During breakfast, He Fengzhi was the first to notice that Yu Shu was a little strange. He noticed that Zhao Hui had only taken 2 bites of the food she picked up for her and observed her complexion. He said, "Don't force yourself if you don't have an appetite. I'll take a look at you later to see if you have indigestion or anorexia." Hearing this, Zhao Hui hurriedly put down her chopsticks and reached out to touch the back of Yu Shu's hand. She was afraid that Yu Shu would catch a cold because she didn't cover herself with the quilt last night. She had been with Dr. He and his wife for the past few days, so she probably knew how to take care of herself. She knew that cold and warm weather alternated and that it was easy to get sick when the seasons changed. Yu Shu saw their worried expressions and suppressed the annoyance in her heart. She shook her head at them embarrassedly. "I'm not feeling well. I slept late last night, so I'm a little sleepy now and can't eat." Zhao Hui had a false alarm and patted her. "Don't eat if you don't want to eat. Go back and sleep for a while. Didn't you say that Mr. Shui found someone to look at the rankings for you? When the person comes, I'll ask the maid to wake you up. I'll have the kitchen steam a bowl of egg custard and add a few drops of rice vinegar. Then you'll have an appetite." "Okay, then I'll go back to the room first. Father and mother, take your time to eat." Yu Shu took the opportunity to return to her room. The bedroom was still filled with a sweet fragrance. She had Yundo open the front and back windows to let in some air and lay on the bed with her clothes on. One moment, she thought about Chu Hai, who she caught yesterday, and the next moment, she thought about the disaster of February 13th. She slowly fell asleep. It was already 2 hours later when Shui Rui woke up. Shui Rui had sent someone to check the ranking list and returned to Zhao Hui's house to pass the message. When Zhao Hui received the news, she sent someone to wake Yu Shu up. Yu Shu was woken up by Yundo. She rubbed her face and sat up. As she put on her shoes, she casually asked, "What did they say? Did you pass this test?" There were 6 subjects in the De Yuan examination. There were 100 people who could enter the rankings for each subject. Those who could pass one of the subjects would be called Teacher E and would be registered with the Celestial Commissioner. From then on, they would have a proper name. If they were lucky enough to pass 2 subjects and make it onto the rankings, they would be called Teacher E and receive a salary from the Imperial Court. Furthermore, If they managed to place first in each subject, the celestial commissioner would send someone to their residence to congratulate them and bring them to the imperial court to announce the results. However, this was not the highest honor. Whenever a mighty figure obtained first place in the 3 subjects and occupied the top 3 positions, he would be considered an extraordinary person. He would be personally visited by the imperial astronomer to congratulate him. Even the emperor would have to summon him to the palace for an audience and put him in an important position. This was truly reaching the heavens in a single bound. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to enter the rankings for each subject in the De Yuan examination. Thus, Yu Shu didn't have any delusions. She crammed for a few days and studied hard. She was able to stand out from thousands of people in the subject of Yili, which was a must-pass for a teacher Yi. She knew that reasoning wasn't her forte. As expected, Yundo stuttered and didn't dare to say it directly. Yu Shu didn't make things difficult for her. She smiled and put on her shoes, got off the bed, and went to the front yard to listen to the news. When she entered the living room, she saw that Zhao Hui and He Fengji were both seated. However, she didn't see anyone who came to report the news. They must have been sent away. The husband and wife were talking in low voices. When they saw Yu Shu enter, they stopped. "Xiao Yu, you're here." Zhao Hui raised her hand and called for Yu Shu to come over. She pulled her to sit down and patted her hand. She gently said, "Just now, Sir Shui sent someone over. Tai Qingxi has already removed the rankings. He said that only 70 people passed this subject. It's not strange that you weren't on the list." Zhao Hui was afraid that Yu Shu wouldn't be happy because she didn't pass the test, so she carefully passed the message. Who knew that Yu Shu would smile and comfort her? "Mother, don't worry. I'm not anxious. I took a total of 3 subjects. Aren't there 2 more after that? Uncle already said that I'll definitely be on the list for mathematics." Unfortunately, mathematics wasn't included in the evaluation of De E Master. Even if she passed the strange technique, she was still just a E Master. She couldn't become a De E Master. When Zhao Hui saw that her mother didn't care about it, she felt relieved. She smiled and said, "Your godfather said that if you pass the test and become a female teacher, he will give you a banquet in the courtyard for a day and invite a lot of guests." When He Fengji saw that they were chatting and laughing, she knew that there was nothing wrong. She said, "Your uncle said that he will also send someone to take a look. I don't know if he got the news. I will send someone to inform him so that he won't be anxious." Chapter 336. When Pei Jing learned that Yu Shu didn't pass the first exam, he sent someone to deliver a letter to her that night to comfort her. Early the next morning, he actually came to visit Yu Shu. In addition to a good horse that was promised to Yu Shu, he also brought a cart of construction materials and 2 masons. He came to build a stable for the horse. Pei Jing's arrival dispelled some of the dark clouds in Yu Shu's heart. She circled around the dark red horse that Pei Jing was leading a few times. She touched it here and there. The horse had a good temper. When it saw that she was a stranger, it only snorted twice and shook its head uncomfortably. It didn't kick back and let her touch it. He Fengji, who went out late today, also came to join in the fun. Zhao Hui was afraid that the horse would startle, so she didn't come out from the backyard. Pei Jing smiled as he explained to Yu Shu from the side, "This is an excellent match between a Grade 1 horse and a Gui Nan mare. It has been tamed for 5 years at the stud farm in the north. It was originally prepared to be used as a war horse for the imperial court. However, the management of that horse farm wasn't good. These 2 years, the money was tight. So, they selected a batch of takeout horses. They were chosen by our Taihing Chamber of Commerce and ordered. I liked them, so I kept one for myself. I also chose a more docile one for Xiao Yu. It seems that it can be used as a saddle or a saddle to pull a carriage." Before Yushu could say anything, He Fengji spoke first. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for spending so much money. This horse is a good horse. It will be wasted if it is used to pull a carriage. After a while, when Xiao Yu's hands are more agile, let her learn how to ride." Pei Jing nodded and looked at Yushu with a kind expression. "When the weather gets warmer, I'll find 2 chaperones to accompany you for a few laps. You'll be able to ride it soon enough." Yushu was thinking that with such a good horse as a ride, in her previous life, it would at least be worth 4 laps in a car. After receiving such a big gift from Pei Jing, even though he was her relative, she still felt embarrassed. She touched the shiny hair on the horse's back and said to Pei Jing with embarrassment, "I've made uncle spend money again." Pei Jing laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and very naturally stroked her head, saying, "What's the matter? Jojo only has 1 daughter, and her body is delicate. If I don't have any children in the future, in the end, you and Xiaoxiu will have to live in retirement." Yushu saw that Pei Jing had a sigh on his face, and it did not seem like he was joking. For a moment, she did not know why he was so emotional. Although Pei Jing was over 40 years old, his body was very healthy, and Madame Qin was younger than him. In a few years, he could have another son, so why was he afraid that there would be no successor? Although she was doubtful, she did not show it on her face. She only followed Pei Jing's words and said, "Jojo is an elder like father and mother. In the future, Xiaoxiu and I should provide for him." Seeing her attitude, Pei Jing and He Fengji were very optimistic. They smiled and nodded, then went into the inner hall to talk. She was left in the courtyard to get close to the horse. Yushu was raising her head to stroke the hair of the new resident, when she heard someone call her. "Mississippi." Yushu turned around and saw Bai Ran crossing the courtyard door. She stood not far away and passed on a message. "Young master heard that Master Pei came and wanted to come out to pay his respects, so he asked me to come and ask." How could Yushu not guess what Yu Xiaoxiu was thinking? He said he wanted to pay his respects to Pei Jing, so he must have heard about the horse and wanted to come out to take a look. Thinking that his injury had not recovered, she shook her head and said, "My father said that he must not eat in the wind for the next few days." After saying this, she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would be disappointed. She touched the soft hair in her hand and said with a smile, "You go and tell Xiaoxiu that Jojo sent a horse. I will take it to the backyard later and let him look at it by the window." Bai Ran obeyed and returned to the room to pass on Yushu's words to Yushu. Although Yu Xiaoxiu did not succeed in leaving the room, he still happily put on some clothes and went to the window. After waiting for a while, he saw Yushu approaching with a big, red horse. He was very happy. He studied at Baichuan Academy and had a few classes a month on riding and archery. Seeing some young masters bring their own horses, he was very envious. However, he could only take turns with a few of the sons of concubines who were not well liked by their families to replace the 2 old horses that could not run fast. Last time, Brother Shui had brought him to the horse farm to play to his heart's content and he still remembered it. Shui Rui had promised him that he would take him there in spring. Unfortunately, he had no prospects and had been injured by Shui Wenjie. He could only stay in the room to recuperate. It was really sullen. Uncle Pei had given his sister a horse. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would have a horse to ride on. Yu Xiaoxiu thought happily to himself. In this child's heart, he had never thought of separating himself from Yushu. The 2 of them depended on each other for survival. There was no one closer than them in this world. "Sister, when our injuries are healed, I will teach you how to ride," Yu Xiaoxiu said arrogantly. "Tch, I don't need you to teach me. Your 2 short legs are not even as long as my arms. Grow them for another 2 years." Yushu's words mercilessly attacked her brother. You look down on me. Brother Shui said that I ride very well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Yu Xiaoxiu argued with a red face. He was just being polite. How could you believe him? The two of them had nothing better to do. One was inside the house while the other was outside. Bai Ren watched from the side as they quarreled. In fact, they were very intimate. He was envious and couldn't help but feel bitter about his life. If his family hadn't been ruined, he would still be the young master of the Bai family and not a servant. Even if he had to continue to endure his stepmother's harsh treatment, he would gladly endure it. Because of Pei Jing's arrival, Yu Shu originally wanted to find Shui Rui to verify Chu Hai's matter, but she could only postpone it for a day. On the 6th day, she went to Wang Jilu, thinking that she could see Shui Rui face to face and talk business. Who knew that after waiting there for a day, she didn't see him. After asking Lin Fu, he said that eldest young master hadn't shown up in the past few days. Yu Shu left a message for him to pass on the message when he saw Shui Rui, and then she went back. The next day, she went to Wang Jilu to wait, but she still didn't see him. On the 3rd day, she came again, but she still didn't hear that Shui Rui had come. This made Yu Shu depressed. Her feet turned in circles. For a moment, she didn't know where to find Shui Rui. Then she suddenly realized that it seemed that it was Shui Rui who looked for her every time. Even if he didn't look for her, she would always meet him. This seemed to be the first time she took the initiative to look for him. What to do? Except for Wang Jilu, she didn't know where he liked to go. Should she go to the gate of the Supreme Court and wait for him? It was not impossible, but she didn't know whether he would leave from the front gate or the back gate. What should she do if she didn't find him? It would be February 13th in a few days. If she didn't figure out Chu Hai's matter, she would be worried. This was Yu Shu's mistake. She didn't think that besides Wang Jilu and the Supreme Court, there was another place where she could definitely find Shui Rui. Lin Fu saw that Yu Shu didn't wait for him for 3 days. He guessed that she was in trouble. At dusk, he saw Yu Shu coming down from upstairs with a sad face, so he came over to offer advice. Are you looking for young Master Xiao? If it's urgent, why don't you go to the Shui mansion to look for him? Even if young master is busy with work, he has to go home to sleep. His words woke her up. Yu Shu patted her head and secretly scolded herself for being dizzy. She immediately thanked Lin Fu and left. Knowing where to find him, Yu Shu wasn't in a hurry to visit now. First, it was late. It would be disrespectful if she went to the minister's mansion at this time. Secondly, even though she'd acknowledged Shui Rui as her big brother, she hadn't met the seniors of the Shui clan in the end, so it couldn't be considered as an official relationship. She was just a young lady, and if she boldly went to the young master's house to look for him, she might not necessarily be able to meet him. When Yu Shu returned home, she washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, she found a long gown and a short coat in the cupboard and changed into a man's outfit. She dressed up well and wrote an invitation seriously before looking for the way to the Shui mansion. Minister Shui was a civil official. When Emperor Jingzong was still on the throne, he was already a minister of the Imperial Library. Later, when His Majesty succeeded the throne, he also inherited the previous emperor's ministers. He admired Shui Lingnan's prudence and strategy, so he valued him. He appointed him as the Minister of Internal Affairs and promoted him to the right Prime Minister. He also conferred Lady Shui the title of Imperial Consort and bestowed her with great glory. The minister's mansion had been built for many years and had been renovated several times. From the outside, it didn't look like a mansion that suddenly rose to prominence. There was only a large door in front of the main entrance and a pair of stone lions. There wasn't even a corner door that was open. On the door, there was a plaque with the 2 words, Shui Mansion. Although it had been exposed to the wind and sun for many years, it hadn't been changed. This plaque had been scrubbed until it was spotless. It wasn't decorated with gold or silver, but when the carriages and horses passed by the door saw this plaque, they all lowered their heads. Serving the emperor for 6 dynasties and several generations of loyal ministers. How could those new nobles with shallow family background compare to them? Yushu got out of the sedan chair at the street corner. After inquiring that the Shui mansion was in front of her, she walked to the door and confirmed that the plaque on the door was correct. Then she knocked on the door and handed over the invitation, asking to see the eldest young master of the Shui family. Yushu cleverly didn't write on the invitation that she was a sworn brother or sister. She claimed that she was a friend of Shui Rui and that she had come to discuss something with him. If the eldest young master was at home, she would like to meet him. If he wasn't at home, she would like to pass on a message for him. The gatekeeper of the Shui family didn't say anything. When the gatekeeper saw Yushu dressed as a servant, he politely told her, "The eldest young master has just gone out. There are rules in our mansion that servants are not allowed to pass on a message for the master, and they are not allowed to tell the master's whereabouts to outsiders. If you have something to do, you may come back tomorrow." Hearing this, Yushu regretted that she didn't come earlier. Knowing that she couldn't get the whereabouts of Shui Rui from the gatekeeper, she reluctantly nodded and turned away with a sad face. Walking on the road, she thought that it was not a good idea to delay it one day after another. Chu Hai was still locked in Huixing Street. She couldn't just let him go like this. Since she couldn't find Shui Rui in a short time, it was better to interrogate him first. At most, it was not easy to force Chu Hai to tell the truth. Thinking of this, Yushu quickened her pace. Not long after she walked, a person she knew came out of the gate of the Shui mansion. Chapter 337. Yushu handed Chu Hai over to the 2 guards, Zhou Hu and Song Dali, whom she had bought from the orphanage. They were very responsible, washing Chu Hai, who was as dirty as a beggar, and changing him into clean clothes. They also took care of the wounds on his body. When Yushu came again, Shui Hai no longer looked like the beggar from a few days ago. Yushu stood at the door with her hands behind her back, looking at Chu Hai, who was tied to a chair and pretending to be dead. She asked Zhou Hu, "Has he been obedient these days?" Before Zhou Hu could reply, Song Dali angrily said, "What's there to be honest about? This morning, when Big Brother Zhou was feeding him, he secretly broke the rope. He even used his head to hit people, trying to escape. He hasn't had a moment of peace these past few days. Luckily, us 2 brothers are strong enough to subdue him." Seeing Yushu frown, Zhou Hu quickly lowered his head and said, "Miss, I was careless and almost let him escape this morning. Please punish me. This is not your fault." Yushu smiled at Zhou Hu and turned to look at the skinny Chu Hai. She suddenly said in a cold voice, "It seems that he has too much strength. From today onwards, just feeding him 1 meal at night will be enough." No matter how pitiful Chu Hai looked, to Yushu, he was someone who had once wanted her life. He was not worthy of her sympathy. "Go to the door and guard, I have something to ask him." Yushu raised her hand and gestured to Zhou Hu and Song Hu. Zhou Hu had tied Chu Hai up firmly in the morning, so he was not worried that he would break free and hurt anyone. He said to Yushu, "Then miss, be careful. If there is anything wrong, just shout for me." He then dragged Song Dali to the door. Yushu closed the door, picked up a stool, and sat down less than 5 feet away from Chu Hai. She lifted her foot and kicked his calf. She didn't use much strength. Chu Hai closed his eyes and pursed his lips. He did not move, as if what Yushu kicked was the stool and not his leg. Yushu pouted. He raised his leg and kicked Chu Hai again. But this time, he didn't hold back. He kicked Chu Hai's injured leg so hard that even the chair shook. Even though he was 7 feet tall, he couldn't help but groan in pain. Hiss! Chu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Yushu. "What are you doing?" To think that he, Chu Hai, had lived half his life on the edge of a knife, licking blood to pass his days, but in the end, he actually fell into the hands of a little girl who hadn't even grown all her teeth. It was really hateful. Yushu crossed her arms. Sitting with her legs crossed, she faced his angry gaze and said calmly, "I have some questions to ask you. As long as you are willing to answer honestly, I will do as you wish and let you go. You can go wherever you want." How could Chu Hai, a felon, escape from prison without anyone knowing? Someone must have helped him in secret. Then, who released him? Why did they release him? Did it have anything to do with her? Chu Hai sneered, "I'm old enough to be your father. Who are you trying to fool? Let me tell you, you either let me go or kill me. Otherwise, when I get out of here, you won't have a good time." It was like a stone bumping into an iron lump. Neither of them was afraid of the other. Yushu disdainfully said, "With your current crippled virtue, you're a fugitive. Even if I let you go, you won't be able to make any waves." Chu Hai's face was livid. Yushu just poked his sore spot. After that narrow escape, his head often ached. He couldn't use his internal force. He only had a little bit of strength left to protect himself. If there was no treatment, he would be crippled for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, his face suddenly became gloomy. A trace of sorrow floated on his face, which was keenly noticed by Yushu. Slowly rubbing her fingertips, Yushu thought for a moment. Her voice softened, and she looked straight at Chu Hai. "Tell me the truth. Even if I don't let you go, I will help you take care of your family." On the way here, Yushu thought about it carefully. Chu Hai was a fugitive, and it wasn't easy for him to get out of prison. Not to mention running as far as he could, why would he stay in the capital? After thinking about it, he must have some nostalgia, and in this world, there were only two kinds of nostalgia, people and things. Therefore, Yushu was just bluffing. She didn't know whether Chu Hai still had relatives in this world. Who would have thought that after listening to her words, Chu Hai's face turned gray like wax skin. His eyes instantly turned red. He raised his head and laughed hoarsely. "Ha ha ha." Yushu stared at the tears rolling down from the corner of his eyes. Her heart moved. Her intuition told her that there was something important hidden in it. She was about to take the opportunity to break it. Unexpectedly, Chu Hai opened his mouth first. "Ha! My wife and children have been killed by me. Where would my family come from? Now I am the only one left. If you want to take care of them, do you want to go to the underworld to accompany them in my place?" Yushu's face was a little dignified. It was not because of Chu Hai's curse, but because of the message revealed in his words. His wife and children had died. Were they killed by him? What nonsense was this? Looking at him, it was obvious that he blamed himself for the death of his family. How could he be a person who killed his wife and children? Don't talk nonsense anymore." Chu Hai coldly interrupted Yushu's words. He warned her in a rough voice, "I have no grievances with you. I can tell you that my business has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, don't get involved too much, lest you get into trouble." Yushu pursed her lips. She could not tell whether Chu Hai's words were true or not. She wanted to continue the interrogation, but no matter how she tried, she could not let Chu Hai speak again. Yushu could not help but think of the benefits of Shui Rui. If she had his help in the investigation, she would not have to worry about not being able to pry open Chu Hai's mouth, and she would not be so helpless. Helplessly, Yushu looked at the sky that was getting dark. She could only go back and think about it. She would come back tomorrow. Yushu returned to the west of the city. She lowered her head and pondered along the way. When she reached the door of her house, she noticed the carriage parked in front of her house. She was stunned, and surprise flashed in her eyes. She picked up the corner of her robe and quickly walked into the courtyard. She went straight to the front hall where the lanterns were lit. Brother Shui. This voice startled Shui Rui, who was tasting the medicinal tea brewed by Dr. He. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu rushing in like a gust of wind, staring at him with a pair of fiery eyes. I finally see you. I've been looking for you for a few days. What have you been busy with recently? This caused Shui Rui to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He and Yu Shu had known each other for so long, and it had always been him who stared at her whereabouts. When had she ever taken the initiative to care about his matters? Could it be that the last suddenly had an epiphany? As soon as this thought popped up in his head, Shui Rui dismissed it. He resentfully thought, something must have happened for her to be looking for me in such a hurry. Shui Rui's heart twisted twice, but his expression was calm. He switched the teacup to his other hand and gently placed it on the coffee table. Then, he gave an exceptionally amiable smile to Yu Shu, whom he had not seen for a few days. It's all an errand from the higher-ups, not worth mentioning. But did you come to the residence to look for me today? Yes. Yu Shu was not charmed by Shui Rui's smiling face. She turned her head and saw that He Fengji was still there. There were some things that were not convenient to say, so she said, Godfather, I have something to discuss with Brother Shui. I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back in a while. He Fengji knew that Yu Shu would be a female teacher in the future. Unlike ordinary unmarried women, as an elder, he did not care about her actions. He nodded and let them go. Then, the two went out of the door. Yu Shu was in front, and Shui Rui was 2 steps behind. They went out of the door and walked a dozen steps to the east. They walked under the shadow of the lanterns hanging on the wall of other people's houses. Yu Shu paused for a moment and turned her head to Shui Rui and said, Brother Shui, do you still remember Bai Qing and Qiu Biao? Shui Rui said, I remember. What's wrong? Weren't they all beheaded? Why did you mention it? Could it be that there are fish that escaped the net? Speaking to this point, his expression could not help but become serious. In the past, Yu Shu and her younger brother went to the capital with a group of merchants, but they mistakenly boarded a pirate ship. The leader of the merchant group and the head of the escorting escort were both prostitutes. For the sake of the ship's valuables, they worked together with a group of pirates from the inside and outside, causing the lives of a whole ship's passengers. Only Yu Shu and the others were lucky enough to escape. Later on, with the help of Shui Rui, Yu Shu and her brother were able to catch all the evil bandits in one fell swoop. He caught all the evil thieves in one fell swoop, beheaded them, and imprisoned them. Yu Shu looked at him and shook her head, saying, It's not them. It's the other one. It's the day we arrested them. Didn't they hire another assassin to chase me to my house and assassinate me? That person died in the hands of Jing Chen and you. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. You're well informed. Have you heard anything recently? What happened to that person? Shui Rui's expression changed slightly. He stopped and frowned, saying, Yes, I was so busy that I forgot to tell you about it. Yu Shu hurriedly asked, What is it? Shui Rui said, That man surnamed Chu committed suicide by hitting the wall in prison. He's dead. Yu Shu was stunned. Dead? Dead? Chu Hai in prison was dead. Then who was locked in the small courtyard by her? Was it a ghost? Yes, he's dead. No, Chu Hai was obviously alive. She couldn't tell whether he was a human or a ghost. Shui Rui saw Yu Shu's uncertain expression, so he stopped and turned around. He lowered his head and asked her, What makes you so panicked? Yu Shu licked her lips, frowned a pair of willow leaf curved blade-like eyebrows, and shook her head at him. That Chu Hai didn't die. I saw him become a beggar on the street yesterday, so I caught him. This time, it was Shui Rui's expression changed, not dead. How could it be possible? I asked someone to keep an eye on Chu Hai. As soon as I heard the news of his death, I sent someone to the prison to check. It was confirmed that Chu Hai died by hitting the wall and his body was thrown to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. How could he be alive, unless... Shui Rui was talking to himself halfway when he suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at Yu Shu with an expression of surprise and bewilderment as well. Both of them practically cried out at the same time, "Fake death." After a moment of silence, Yu Shu guessed, "This Chu Hai is really ruthless." In order to escape from prison, he actually came up with a method of faking his death by hitting the wall. I heard from Jing Chen that there is a martial art called the turtle breathing technique in Jianghu, which can block the heart meridian. He must have a similar ability, which is why he was able to hide from the prison guards. Shui Rui didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a moment and then came to himself. He frowned and asked her, "You just said you caught him. How could you be so bold? You knew he was a fugitive, but you still..." When Yu Shu saw that he was going to talk about her, she was afraid that she would be scolded. She quickly raised her hand and explained, "I don't have anyone with me. I went to the concubines' quarters and bought 2 guards to bring with me. Now Chu Hai is locked up in the small courtyard where I used to live. There are people watching over him. I originally wanted to discuss this with you first, but I couldn't find you." Chapter 338. The next day, Yu Shu took Shui Rui to Huixing Street to see Chu Hai, who was locked up in the small courtyard. Shui Rui sent someone to inquire about Chu Hai after returning home last night, but there was no news this morning. Like Yu Shu, he knew very little about Chu Hai. Other than the fact that Chu Hai used to be the deputy chief of the Evergreen Gang in Chiu Gui Fang and was skilled in martial arts, he knew nothing else. Chu Hai obviously had some impression of Shui Rui, and he knew that Shui Rui was in cahoots with Yu Shu. Chu Hai wanted to trick Shui Rui into speaking, so he didn't wait for Shui Rui to speak before he said directly, "I'll still say the same words I said yesterday. I won't say anything, so don't waste your efforts. Either let me go, or kill me. If you send me back to the administration, then I naturally have a way to end my life." After saying that, he closed his eyes and mouth, making it clear that he would not be persuaded by force or persuasion. Actually, Shui Rui had plenty of ways to make a stubborn person open his mouth, but when he recalled how Chu Hai faked his death to escape from prison, he knew that he would have to use some heavy punishment to make him submit. Looking at Chu Hai's half-dead appearance, he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Chu Hai if he wasn't careful, so he gave up on the idea. Shui Rui did not ask Chu Hai any more nonsense. He turned his head and gave Yu Shu a look, and the two walked out together, avoiding Zhou Hu and Song Dolly. "Let your people keep an eye on him first. When I get the news, I will find a way to make him talk," Shui Rui said. Yu Shu nodded and had the same plan as Shui Rui. So the two did not stay in the small courtyard for long. Yu Shu left some money for the 2 people she had just recruited, gave a few words of advice, and left with Shui Rui. The 2 of them walked to the street. Shui Rui said that he was going to Wangji Tower and asked Yu Shu if she wanted to have lunch with him. Yu Shu was worried about the misfortune hexagram she had read a few days ago and was not in the mood to go anywhere, so she declined. The results of the Great Yen examination have already been announced, but I still don't know what the results will be like. I have to go back and think about how to make a living in the future. If you are not busy, you can take me to my house. If you are busy, I will go ahead and hire a sedan chair. Sitting in a sedan chair was cheaper than sitting in a horse carriage. These past few days, Yu Shu had spent a lot of money, and her heart ached for money again. Shui Rui smiled, "It's not that long. Let's go, I'll send you off." The 2 of them got into the car. Shui Rui first poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yu Shu. He then asked her, "I saw you frowning all morning. If it's because of what I said last night, you don't have to worry. Chu Hai's matter is really strange, but from what I saw just now, he didn't seem to be targeting you at all. You just happened to meet him, so why are you worrying? Shui Rui could see that Yu Shu had something on her mind, so he tried to comfort her. After listening to Shui Rui's words of comfort, Yu Shu sighed and shook her head. Big brother, you don't know. That's not what I'm worried about. Shui Rui looked puzzled. Then what is it? Tell me, so I can help you solve your problems. Yu Shu raised her head and met Shui Rui's eyes that were full of concern. She was hesitating whether she should tell him or not, but suddenly, she had a small idea to pour out her troubles to the person in front of her. Once this idea came out, it kept rising, like melon seedlings in the field at the end of summer. It couldn't be suppressed. I did a divination on myself a few days ago. If I find out that I'll be in trouble. When Shui Rui saw Yu Shu speak these words hesitantly, he hesitated for a moment before his expression became slightly heavy. He understood Yu Shu's temper very well. Even though she loved to lie and make up nonsense sometimes, although she liked to lie sometimes, she never made a joke when she was serious. Now that she said such words, she must have predicted the trouble, and it was not small. Seeing that Shui Rui didn't interrupt, Yu Shu raised her hand and took a sip of tea to wet her throat. She gently frowned her delicate eyebrows and said, "We have to talk about this matter when I went back to the princess's mansion to attend the banquet. When I came back, I was worried that the 11th prince would find trouble with me, so I did a divination on myself and knew that I was safe. On the second day of the new year, I saw Ji Xingxuan at the Shuangyang meeting, and I had some doubts. The next day, I caught Chu Hai on the street. Don't you think it's a little strange?" Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really a little coincidental. No wonder she was suspicious. If it was him, he would also be more careful. You know me. I can't live a few peaceful days. If we talk about bad luck, if I say I'm second, no one would dare to say they are first. Yu Shu's mouth was full of self-mockery, but her face was written with resignation. The corner of Shui Rui's mouth moved suspiciously, and he agreed with her words in his heart. I was worried that someone was targeting me, so when I went back, I did a divination on myself. I told you that my 6-line strange art is very accurate. In addition, I bought a small box of ambergris with the help of it. It took a lot of effort to roughly calculate. According to the divination, I'm afraid I'll be killed on the 13th of this month. Shui Rui's eyelids twitched. He stared at Yu Shu's slightly heavy face, and didn't say anything for a moment. On the other hand, Yu Shu felt a lot more relaxed after she shook out the burden that had been stuck in her heart for a few days. She finished the tea in her hand and gently placed it on the table. She turned to look at Shui Rui, wanting to hear what he had to say. Could it be that you made a mistake in your divination? After Shui Rui finished asking, he raised his hand and stopped Yu Shu, who was about to speak. He calmly told her, "As for the 7th and 11th princes, I dare to boast shamelessly that they won't do anything to you. At least, they won't do anything during the Shuangyang meeting. As for Chu Hai, you've also seen him. With his appearance, he can't do anything to you. Other than that, you don't have any other enemies, so how could you be killed? I think you're being paranoid." Hearing this, Yu Shu didn't rush to explain. Instead, she recalled an old incident that happened half a year ago. She lowered her voice and said to Shui Rui, "Last year, when I went north from Yang City, you knew about the disaster that happened on the way, but I didn't mention it to you. Before the accident, I used the 6 lines divination to predict that I would be in imminent danger. Because I wasn't proficient in it at that time, I was just like you now. I thought that I was being too careful. Who knew that I would almost die there, and I barely escaped. Actually, there's a reason why I'm especially scared this time. It's because the 6 lines divination gave me an ominous divination. It's the same divination that I got on the merchant ship that day. Remembering the night when she escaped from death, the merchant ship that was bathed in blood, the corpses everywhere, the rushing waves, and the drowning coldness, Yushu couldn't help but shiver. A shadow gradually gathered in her eyes, and her face turned a little pale. Shoo! Feeling a layer of warmth on the back of her cold hand, Yushu came back to her senses. When she met a pair of black and shiny eyes, her blurry vision became clear again. She took a light breath and forced a smile. At least I've experienced it once. I'm not afraid. But Shui Rui couldn't smile at all. Just now, he clearly saw a trace of timidity in her eyes. Seeing her trying to be brave, he only felt distressed. He thought that this girl had to bear so much for others, and who would share the burden for her. Chapter 339. There weren't many people on this road to the west of the city. The carriage was also quiet. Shui Rui was thinking about how to help Yushu avoid calamity. Yushu was sitting opposite him, looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window. Her ears were echoing with Shui Rui's calm and powerful, "I'll help you." Her gaze swept over his lightly furrowed brows. She knew that he was worrying about her own matters. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say that he didn't need to get involved in this mess, but it seemed that she had already pulled him in. Yushu knew that between her and Shui Rui, she had taken advantage of him a lot. After knowing him for so long, she didn't know how much she owed him, but she couldn't pay him back even if she wanted to. She seemed to be used to having someone with ideas to help her. Whenever she encountered trouble that she couldn't solve, he would be the first to think of her. As for Shui Rui, whenever she needed his help, when had she ever seen him refuse even once? She used to look down on such a good person, but when she really met one, after a long time, her heart started to warm up to him. In the beginning, she thought that he had ulterior motives. It turned out that he did have some special feelings for her, and he admitted it himself. She still remembered that time when she had the intention to be a couple with Jing Qin, deliberately alienating him, and even disregarding his feelings and rejecting his good intentions. He was very gentlemanly. Not long after, he had an open and honest talk with her, changing the relationship between a man and a woman to that of a brother and sister, which was exactly what she wanted. He said that they were going to be brother and sister, so she called him Big Brother. Sure enough, he took care of her more, helping her both inside and outside, thinking for her. Other than that time when he was drunk at Wang Ji Lu and took advantage of her, she really couldn't find any fault with this free Big Brother. In comparison, as a cheap sister, she really felt a little guilty. This didn't mean that she had any false feelings towards Shui Rui, but thinking about it carefully, she really didn't have any good points towards him. She was worthy of his sincere treatment. Just before today, she had a high-sounding excuse that the eldest young master of the Shui family was of noble birth and had lived a life of luxury ever since he was born. There was no need for her to care. But in reality, she was the one who didn't care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to look for someone else and not know where to go. Sigh. Yushu secretly reflected in her heart. She felt ashamed and couldn't help but sigh softly. Shui Rui heard her sigh and thought that she was worried about the calamity that would come in a few days, so he deliberately laughed. His tone was gentle as he said, "If you are really afraid, I will accompany you on that day. I will not go anywhere, just hide in the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion." Yushu glanced at him and made a decision in her heart, if I can get through this safely, I must pay more attention to this Big Brother in the future. At this time, Shui Rui could never guess that Yushu would think of this, or he would definitely laugh. Seeing that Yushu ignored his proposal, he hesitated for a moment and asked in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you mentioned this to Daozi?" Jing Qin. Yushu was stunned and shook her head. No. As soon as Shui Rui saw her expression, he knew that she not only didn't look for Jing Qin, but also never thought of asking Jing Chen for help. So, the first person she thought of when she was in trouble was him. Shui Rui couldn't help curling up the corner of his mouth at the moment, but before she found out, he calmly suppressed it. I remember that Daozi has an adversity-blocking stone. Why don't you borrow it for the time being and wear it on your body? Maybe it will be useful. He didn't want to see Yu Shu and Jing Chen being intimate, but it was related to her safety, so he couldn't be selfish. After being reminded by Shui Rui, Yu Shu remembered that there was still that good thing. She patted her forehead and said gloomily, "Look at my memory, I can borrow it." When Jing Chen lost his memory, the yellow frost stone had been kept by her. Later, she used that small strange stone to trick Ji Xingxuan and her grandson. But during the Supreme Court's investigation of the case, the yellow frost stone was handed in as evidence. After several procedures, it was finally returned to its original owner and was now in Jing Chen's hands. Then I'll go to the princess mansion to find him. No hurry, you won't see him even if you go now. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu was confused and explained, Daozi has received the imperial edict and has to attend the Shuangyang conference. Recently, he has been summoned to the palace to report to His Majesty every 2 or 3 days. Right now, he is either with the princes on the Chunlan River or has returned to the palace. Speaking of this, he saw that Yu Shu had a difficult expression and said, "Why don't I send someone to the princess mansion to deliver a letter for you? You can go find him tomorrow. You won't find him empty-handed." Yu Shu counted the days. Today was the 10th. Tomorrow and the day after, there were 2 more days. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, so she agreed, "That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother." Because there was someone to discuss with and a disaster was imminent, Yu Shu couldn't help but feel more confident. After returning home, she didn't dive into her room to do calculations like she did a few days ago. Instead, she went to the backyard and chatted with the pregnant woman for a while. Then, she wandered to the side of the newly built stable with her hands behind her back to visit her beloved horse, Little Red. "Little Red, I'm sorry that you can only stay here and can't go out. When your master's days are stable, I'll take you out for a walk. Come, master will feed you grass. Eat more. When you are strong, you can carry me everywhere in the future." Little Red, who was chewing grass with her head down, heard the noise. She tilted her huge head and squinted at the human who was standing on the other side of the trough and adding grass. She recognized that this was the master who combed her mane every day, so she dawdled over and stuck out half of her head to show goodwill. This was so that she could eat comfortably every time in the future. When Yu Shu saw that this Miss Horse was close to her, she chuckled a few times and fed it with grass. She scratched its neck with one hand and called out, "Little Red, Little Red." She was trying to let it adapt to this simple new name. Although she had been very busy these days, she didn't forget Pei Jing's instructions. She had to take time out every day to get close to the horse and cultivate their relationship. She couldn't just stop eating and drinking because of a bad omen. After feeding the horse, Yu Shu returned to the room and asked Yun Do to fetch water to wash her hands. There was still a while before dinner, so she sat at the desk and flipped through a book of Yishui. Gradually, she calmed down. When she read something reasonable, she reached out to pick up the pen and marked it. However, she saw a ball of little yellow hair under her pen holder. Kim Bao. After Yu Xiaoxiu was injured, Yu Shu was afraid that it would get infected, so she took Kim Bao out of his room and placed it in her own room. She remembered to ask the servants to prepare a small plate of food for it and didn't care about it much. Kim Bao was also happy and unfettered. Except for not going to Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu's room, it ran around all day long. Yu Shu hadn't seen it for a few days, and it seemed to have become fatter. She didn't know where it was sneaking food. "You little rascal, don't make trouble in the kitchen, you know. If someone comes to me to complain, I won't forgive you." Yu Shu gently poked its little butt with the pen and warned it, regardless of whether it could understand human language or not. Squeak. Kim Bao raised its butt and dodged. Its two paws were supporting its chubby chin, and it was too lazy to move. Yushu ignored it and continued to copy until Yundo came in to call her for dinner. After dinner, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to return to her room. She sat in the dining room in front of Zhao Hui and her husband's room to accompany them. He Fangji took his wife's pulse as usual. She was 7 months pregnant, and her belly was bulging. Zhao Hui couldn't walk steadily anymore. Other than taking a walk in the backyard with Dr. He's help every morning and evening, she didn't run around at other times. She only got married and got pregnant at the age of 30. At this time, she was considered an old woman, so she had to be careful. She was afraid that if she made a mistake, the couple would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yushu was afraid that her disaster would involve the loving couple, so for the past few days, she used the law of the time of misfortune to predict the future of the people in the courtyard for a month. Zhao Hui even tried her best to predict the day of her delivery. It was safe and there was nothing serious, which made her feel very relieved. Little Yu, your maternal uncle received a letter from the south saying that your maternal aunt and grandmother will probably be coming to the capital next month. I want to have the people clean up the courtyard next to the house in advance and arrange beds for your father and I to move there. When the time comes, we'll let the old lady live in this big room. You can choose if there are any good days in the near future. Don't let your fetus get tired. Wait for mother to write a note tomorrow. Zhao Hui urged Yushu like this. The benefits of having someone in the family who knew how to use money were obvious. There was no need to go outside to ask for a teacher to see if there were any big or small matters, such as asking for good or bad luck. It was a small matter to spend extra money, but she was afraid that she wouldn't get anything good even if she spent money. Mother, I know. Yushu had only seen the old lady of the He family once. It was at He Fangji and Zhao Hui's wedding. She remembered that she was a kind old lady who held her hand with a smile and asked her about her age. She even gave her a new pouch. Yushu was talking to Zhao Hui when she heard Shenma call out from outside. She stood at the door and reported, "Go ahead and take a look. Young Master Jing is here to see you." Ha! Yushu stood up, slightly surprised. Didn't Shui Rui send someone to the princess's residence to deliver a letter? Didn't he say that she would look for him tomorrow? Why did he come here first? Lang Zhong, quickly go with Xiao Yu to take a look. Don't be rude. It's so late at night. Don't tell me it's urgent. Zhao Hui urged Yushu. Ever since she found out that Jing Qin was from the royal family, she had become more cautious. She was afraid that she would neglect this important guest. When Yushu saw that He Fangji was about to get up, she stopped her. "Father, mother, please rest. I'll go alone. There's no need to be rude." After saying this, she left alone. The He family's residence was small. It was less than 100 steps from the backyard to the front yard. Before Yushu reached the main entrance, she saw Jing Qin standing on the steps with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of coming in. "Xiao Yu, why are you standing outside? Come in and take a seat." Yushu walked over curiously. Chapter 340. Facing Jing Qin, who rushed over without any explanation as soon as he heard the letter, Yushu's heart warmed. She secretly thought that she did not treat this silly boy well for nothing. "Let's go, let's talk on the side." Yushu saw the two bodyguards following Jing Qin closely and pointed to a secluded place on the side of the road to avoid being seen and heard. "If you really said it, I will have big trouble recently." Yushu stopped and whispered to Jing Qin, "I want you to lend me the yellow frost stone for a while." On the first day of the first month, she and Jing Qin met at Wangji Tower to discuss the matter of teaching. When Jing Qin sent her back, he reminded her to be careful and said that her face was strange. It was not a lie. Jing Chen's eyebrows became a little nervous. With a pair of good eyes, he looked at Yu Shu's facial features and complexion. When he saw a mass of gray covering her nose and gallbladder, he knew that she was in trouble. He wanted to say that he would give her the yellow frost stone, but he could not bring it out at the moment. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Shu asked tentatively, "What's wrong? You didn't bring it with you?" Jing Chen shook his head and showed a difficult expression. "I just gave the adversity-blocking stone to Shimmy the day before yesterday. She has a disaster to hide from recently." Jing Chen did not hide it and confessed the whereabouts of the yellow frost stone. When Yu Shu heard it, she knew that it was impossible for her to borrow the treasure to hide from danger. Although the yellow frost stone had a magical effect, it could only protect one person. If it was given to her, what would happen to Jing Chen's little Shimmy? The two were silent for a moment. Yu Shu was the first to laugh dryly. Before Jing Chen could speak again, she pretended to sigh and said pitifully, "Ah, what a coincidence. Forget it, first come, first served." After she finished speaking, she looked at Jing Chen. Seeing that he wanted to say something but hesitated a few times, he finally apologized to her. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Junior Martial Sister's calamity was predicted by Uncle Master before she left the mountain. To be honest, she entered the human realm to experience the calamity. In the letter, Uncle Master entrusted me to protect her and gave her the yellow frost stone to wear. That's why I couldn't give it to you." Hearing Jing Chen's words, even though Yu Shu had already accepted it, her eyes still darkened and she felt a chill in her chest. She thought to herself, her safety was not as important as the safety of her junior sister. Friends of life and death could not compare to childhood sweethearts. Let's not talk about first come, first served. People's hearts were always biased. She could understand Jing Chen's dilemma. If they were in each other's shoes, if the ones in trouble were Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu, what would she do? What she didn't want, let alone others. However, there are still many auspicious treasures in the princess residence. I'll go back and find them for you. Is that okay? Yu Shu raised her head and looked at Jing Chen's guilty face. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't bear to criticize this honest person. She squeezed out a smile and said, "That's good. You have to find a few more for me. I'll tell you first. If you break them, I won't return them to you." Seeing that Yu Shu didn't blame him, Jing Chen seemed to be relieved. He nodded and asked with concern, "Do you know what disaster you're talking about? Do you know what kind of disaster it is?" Hearing that he only asked now, Yu Shu restrained her expression and said calmly, "Actually, it's not that serious. I'm already prepared. I'm still confident that I can deal with it." "That's good." Jing Chen said seriously, "You know that I'm a sinful person. I'm afraid that I'll bring disaster to you. You should be careful." Although he had the 10,000-year funeral oration of the Dan Imperial tomb, and it wouldn't affect his body, he still couldn't rashly move his Dao heart. Once there was love and hate, it would be full of evil. "And I know." Yu Shu looked away from him and pointed to the guards and carriage not far away. She said, "Don't you still have to enter the palace? Go quickly. Don't delay." Jing Chen's mind was purer and didn't understand the fickleness of human emotions. He didn't know that his attitude had cooled Yu Shu's heart. "Okay, then I'll go first. I'll come find you tomorrow." Jing Chen and Yu Shu walked back to the carriage one after another. Before he got on the carriage, he remembered to say to her, "I've copied Shifu's Chaotic Sky Divination book. When the astrolabe is done, I'll send it to you." Yu Shu didn't have the mood to be happy about these worldly possessions. She smiled and watched him get into the palace-style carriage. He was escorted by the guards and left. Turning around, she entered the courtyard. Another night of tossing and turning. The next day, Yushu sat at the dining table with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Zhao Hui saw her and said with distress, "You child, how many times have I told you not to stay up too late at night? I know you work hard, but you can't tire yourself out. Your father said it right, no matter how great one's ability is, it can't compare to a healthy body." After talking about Yushu, she went to scold Yundo, "You little girl, don't you know how to persuade your young lady? If she suffers at night again, turn off the light for her. Do you hear me?" Yundo looked at Yushu and didn't dare to agree. Using the excuse of going to the kitchen to get some soup and rice, she quickly ran out. Yundo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said to Yushu, "Look at how smart she is. She only followed you for a few days and she already knows to look at your face." Yushu laughed, "Didn't you ask her to listen to me?" "She's not looking at my face, she's looking at your face." Zhao Hui glared at her. Fortunately, Shen Nanny came in with the food. He Fangji interrupted and saved Yushu from Zhao Hui's nagging. As a doctor, health was important. 3 meals a day had to be on time. The He family usually had breakfast around 7 in the morning. Thus, when the servants cleared the dishes, the sun had just risen. Yushu went back to her room to catch up on sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, she heard from outside that Jing Chen had arrived. She yawned, got up, and went to the front to meet him. Because Jing Chen had to appear at the Shuangyang Association in the morning, he asked someone to carry the things he brought for Yushu to the living room. He gave her some instructions and left in a hurry. This time, Jing Chen had sent a total of 3 rare treasures. One of them was a 2 feet tall guanyin sitting on a lotus. It was said that it was a spiritual item that had been blessed by an eminent monk who had saved the world 2 dynasties ago. There was a long sword with jewels and pearls on its scabbard. It was said to have been equipped by a general who protected the country on the battlefield 100 years ago. Later, it was dispelled by an enlightened master. It was a treasure to ward off evil. The last one was a set of calligraphy set with sandalwood. It was said to have been written by the first Zhuang Yuan during the founding of the Dan kingdom. With a stroke of his brush, the Wenxiu star in the sky shone brightly. It was said that the Zhuang Yuan was the reincarnation of the Wenxiu star. This treasure was full of righteousness. These 3 treasures were all priceless. They should be the few treasures left in the princess's mansion. They must have been picked out by Jing Chen and placed in front of Yushu. But it didn't make a greedy person like her happy. It was fine if she didn't understand it. Just like a person who didn't understand medicine, he didn't know how to prescribe the right medicine. Sometimes, a dose of 1,000 gold was not as good as 2 grams of licorice. It was the same for seeking good luck and avoiding evil. Not to mention the value of these 3 treasures, 2 of them were used to attract good fortune, while the last one was used to ward off evil. Even though it was useful, its effect was minimal. It was incomparable to the yellow frost stone's ability to ward off evil. After using these treasures, she naturally had to return them. Fearing that they would be damaged, Yushu carefully moved them to her room. According to the feng shui, she hung the Bixia sword on the south wall and the Zhuang Yuan's calligraphy on the north side of the desk. As for the guanyin statue, it lay quietly in the treasure chest and was put on the shelf. It was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send a god away. It was better not to look for trouble. Chapter 341. The 12th of the 2nd month was the flower festival. The unmarried young ladies in Anling City often went to the outskirts to play on this day. They brought carefully cut and woven flower paper and colorful ropes to hang on the branches of flowers to pray for the blessing of the flower god who was in charge of marriage and fertility. He Fangji and his wife moved to the capital for the first time and didn't know the local customs. In addition, Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it was inconvenient for her to go out and socialize. They didn't interact with the neighbors. Therefore, although they had a daughter like Yushu, they didn't prepare anything. The 12th of the second test was the day the results were released. However, this test was feng shui. Yushu didn't participate in this test at all, so she didn't care about it. On this day, Yushu stayed at home as usual and didn't go out. Unexpectedly, when the sun rose, Shui Rui came to the door. Yushu, who was about to go back to sleep, had to get up from the bed. She looked in the mirror and adjusted her clothes. She put her hands in her sleeves and moved to the front yard. Shui Rui was invited to the front hall by the maid guarding the door to serve tea. As soon as Yushu went in, her eyes lit up when she saw him. Shui Rui's attire today wasn't as luxurious and gaudy as he usually was. He wore a bluish-white silk robe with the lapels on the left and right, and the length only reached his knees, revealing a pair of brown deerskin boots on his feet. His sleeves and waist were tied up tightly with smooth leather straps. His jet black and glossy hair was tied up high and matched with a green and white silk scarf, and a strand of hair scattered down from his temples caused him to have a full forehead, dense brows, and bright eyes. As he stood there casually with a hand on the green-sheathed short sword at his waist, every single move he made actually surpassed the heroic and heroic Confucian heroes in books. "Big brother, why are you looking for me so early?" Yushu went to greet him. She muttered in her heart, "Dressed so flashily, I don't know where you are going to play." Shui Rui grinned, "I guess you don't know what day it is today." "Sure enough, go change into some light clothes. We are going for a spring outing. Jinchuan is outside in the carriage." Yushu actually knew that today was the flower festival, but she was not in the mood to go out and wander around. She didn't mention the paper cut and hanging flowers in front of Zhao Hui, but she didn't expect that Shui Rui would come to call her. "This. You also know that I'm in great danger tomorrow, so I don't dare to run around blindly. Besides, I don't have the mood to play." Yushu scratched her head and said embarrassedly. Shui Rui saw that her eyes were pale green. It must be because of that disaster that she couldn't sleep at night. Thinking of the purpose of today's visit, he would not let her go. Fortunately, he had already thought of how to persuade him. "You have been practicing Yi Shui and have read many books. Don't you understand that life and death are already determined? The principle of not worrying about fate. Let me say something unpleasant. If tomorrow is your doom, and your time is coming, will you die of depression, or would you rather live a happy life? It's better to be happy than to be worried, and it's better to be open-minded than to be narrow-minded. I thought you were an understanding person, and you've always been free and easy. But now you are stubborn." After listening to Shui Rui's words, Yushu was confused for a moment. She was trembling with fear these days. She couldn't help but reflect carefully. She didn't know how long she stood there, and then she came to her senses. She looked up and accidentally saw Shui Rui with a smile on his face and open-minded eyes. Suddenly, she had a hint of understanding, and her eyebrows slowly relaxed. Although she couldn't be completely happy, her delicate and intelligent face finally recovered 70% of her usual calmness. "Big brother is right. The disaster hasn't come, but I'm already scaring myself. Look at me, I'm such a good-for-nothing. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." As she said, she raised her hands to Shui Rui, thanking him for his enlightenment. Otherwise, with her poor state, when the disaster came, how could she have the energy to deal with it? Shui Rui saw that the worry between her eyebrows had disappeared a lot, and he knew that his words had an effect. He didn't try to comfort her anymore. He smiled and walked out with his hands behind his back. "Go and change your clothes. We'll wait for you outside." Yushu didn't refuse this time. She went to the backyard and said something to Zhao Hui, and then went to comb her hair and change her clothes. Shui Rui came on a horse today, so he was dressed lightly. Feng Zhaomiao also came with him. The two of them trotted in front to open the way, while the two girls, Yushu and Xue Jinxuan, sat in the carriage behind, drinking tea and talking. This was the second time that Yushu had met Xue Jinxuan. Only 10 days had passed since their first meeting. Xue Jinxuan was still shy and weak. She sat there without making a sound, as if it was the first time that she had met Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu was thick-skinned and patiently got along with this quiet little sister. She talked about some innocuous anecdotes. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xue Jinxuan made her smile and called her older sister Yu in a soft voice. There were not only the two of them in the carriage. There was also a little maidservant who served Xue Jinxuan. Her name was Qing Er. She was 12 or 13 years old and had a very pleasant mouth, which was the complete opposite of her young miss. Miss Yu, the young miss treasured the folded paper that you gave to her last time very much. However, we saw it and begged several times, so the young miss only let us play with it twice. The rest of the time, we put it in the sachet at the head of the bed and don't let us touch it. When Yushu heard that Xue Jinxuan cherished the gift she gave her so much, her heart was moved. She turned to look at Xue Jinxuan's red face and thought it was strange. Shouldn't the daughter of the Xue family be pampered? She might not be as arrogant as royal Princess Xiwen, but she shouldn't care so much about a small gift, right? Xue Jinxuan didn't know that Yushu was puzzled and felt a little nervous from being stared at by her. She was afraid that she would laugh at her for being stingy, so she lowered her head and explained in a low voice, It's because the paper is thin and brittle. I was afraid that if I left it outside, they would break it, so I kept it. Yushu secretly scolded herself for thinking too much. She didn't want to scare her, so she quickly withdrew her gaze and said in a light tone, It's not something valuable, so it's not worth it for you to keep it so carefully. I also know a lot of interesting things. I'll give them to you later when I make them. Xue Jinxuan couldn't hide the joy on her palm-sized face. She nodded and dawdled, asking Qing Er to take a bag behind her. She took out a new magenta-colored pouch and handed it to Yushu with both hands. Her eyes were full of expectation, but she couldn't say what it was. Fortunately, Yushu was a wily old fox. At a glance, she guessed that this was a gift from the east, south, west. But she still asked, Are you going to give this to me? Xue Jinxuan nodded shyly. Qing Er spoke for her master very tactfully, Miss Yu, this is a flower embroidered by Miss herself. She took the 5-colored silk that was bestowed by the palace and wore it as a fortune coin. There are flower beads on it. Miss Yu should pick a good branch in the spring forest to hang it. When the goddess of flowers sees it, she will definitely like it and bless Miss Yu to be safe. Yushu squeezed the exquisite embroidered pouch in her hand with a happy expression. She thanked Xue Jinxuan and praised her for being careful, which made Xue Jinxuan blush a little. Seeing that Yushu had put away her gift, she secretly thought that she wasn't annoying, so the anxiety in her heart disappeared. Xue Rui, who was walking in front, had good hearing. He heard the faint laughter in the carriage, and his mood also improved. He shook the reins in his hand, turned his head, and said to Feng Xiaomiao in a clear voice, There are fewer people on the street in front. Let's race for a while. Win or lose, we'll do the same. Let's go. Chapter 342. There was a spring forest in the east of the city. It was full of natural and wild grass and trees. As soon as they entered the forest, they could see bright purple and red flowers on the branches far and near. In this fake scenery, there were many beautiful figures. The whispers and giggles of girls could be heard intermittently in the forest. Yushu held Xue Jinxuan's little hand as they strolled leisurely in search of a suitable place to hang flowers. From time to time, 1 or 2 young girls who were in the throes of love would stop in their tracks and sneak a peek at the figures behind them before shyly covering their handkerchiefs and running away. Yushu turned around to glance at Shui Rui and Feng Xiaomiao, who followed behind them from a distance, and she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at them. One was a man with a brilliant and heroic bearing, and the other was a young and lively youth that came for a stroll in spring, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. After wandering in the forest, Feng Xiaomiao found a small hibiscus by the side of the road and encouraged Shui Jinshuan to hang the red flower paper on the branches. Yushu took a fancy to an old humpbacked elm. She stood on her tiptoes and hung the colorful string that Shui Xiaomei gave her. She tied a dead knot and put her palms together to worship the flower god, regardless of whether it worked or not. When Shui Rui saw Yushu take out the exquisitely woven colored rope, he glanced at his younger sister with slight surprise. He'd specially given this colored rope to her a while ago for today's use, and it was only a strand of it that was 60 grams in weight. He never imagined that she would give it to Yushu, who he'd only met once. "Well, I see that the sky is very clear today. Why don't we go to the spring river and watch the fun?" Feng Xiaomiao suggested when he saw that the two girls had worshipped the flower god. There were too many girls in the forest and he felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to wander around anymore. Shui Rui saw through his thoughts and asked his two sisters with his eyes. Shui Jinshuan naturally had no objection and turned to look at Yushu. Yushu didn't want to ruin Feng Xiaomiao's mood, so she nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of people retraced their steps out of the forest. He got on his horse and rode towards the Spring Wave River not far from here. Yushu originally thought that the number of people who came to the Twin Sun Association today would not be as many as the day of the dragon raises its head. It was still a sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Before getting off the carriage, Qing'er helped Shui Jinshuan put a short cloak over his head and covered his loose pockets, so that they wouldn't be seen by those lechers outside. Seeing Yushu's naked face, he tactfully took out a fragrant handkerchief from his bundle and handed it to her. Yushu shook her head with a smile and declined. She wasn't a precious person, but a guest. She was a person who had entered the world and was particular about freedom. She didn't need to hide her face, and it wasn't like her face was shameful. Shui Rui and Feng Xiaomiao led the horses to a tree and tied them up. Leaving the coachman to look after them, they brought Yushu and the others to the riverbank. Yushu heard the beating of drums in the distance. She asked curiously, "Isn't it the Flower Dynasty today? There are still so many people here. Aren't they going to the outskirts for a walk in the spring?" Feng Xiaomiao looked up. Grinning, she said to her, "It's only today that it's lively. Don't you know that there's a subject's results from Taiching Bureau? The nobles are all betting at Cheongyu Pavilion, waiting for the top 3 to come out." Yushu was puzzled, so she looked at Shui Rui, and the latter explained to her in detail. It turned out that before the Twin Suns meeting began, the princes had already inquired about the examinees who were likely to pass the exam in every subject and drafted a name list. Only when these examinees showed themselves during the Twin Suns meeting would they send someone with an invitation card to invite them to Cheongyu. With the Qinkuan 2 seats watching, at most 3 people would stay and place their name cards in Cheongyu Pavilion to bet. On the day the results were announced, an official would go to Taiching Bureau to copy the results and then announce it at Cheongyu Pavilion. It all depended on who had a unique eye and picked a good candidate. Then they would be able to show their face in front of that person in the palace. Yushu understood. Wasn't this gambling? Other people bet on football and horses, but here, they bet on people. Feng Xiaomiao couldn't help but interrupt, "Lotus Room, you still don't know, right? The junior marshal and whom His Ninth Highness invited to attend the meeting, on the day of the release of the rankings on the 3rd day of the new year, all 3 of them were on the list, and one of them was even in the top 3. Yushu was surprised. "She's that powerful?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "Miss Shui Yun is from the same sect as Daozi. She is a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. Her methods are extraordinary." As a student of LoveLore Library, Feng Xiaomiao's face was full of envy. Isn't that so? I heard that in Cheongyu Pavilion, she can use a mysterious black lot. She can tell whether a person is good or bad and whether they have a future. Yushu stroked her chin, thinking that Jing Qin had inherited Daoist master Huai Xian's turbid heaven divination art, and junior sister Shui Yun was his direct disciple, so it wasn't strange for her to have a mystical art. Thinking of this, Yushu couldn't help but remember her benefactor, Daoist Qing Jing, whom she had no fate with. Her heart ached slightly. Both of them had been apprenticed to an expert, but she had only learned half of it. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in front. Someone shouted, "They're coming, they're coming." The crowd suddenly rushed in one direction. Yushu didn't know what was going on. She held Xue Jinshuan tightly to prevent him from getting separated. "What's going on?" Feng Xiaomiao tiptoed and said excitedly, "The person who reported the results is coming. I'll go and see." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly leaped out. Xue Rui, on the other hand, did not move. He continued to follow by Yushu and his younger sister's side. He avoided the crowd and walked to a willow tree by the riverside before he stood still. He said to them, "We'll wait for him here. There are many people in front of us, so you two girls shouldn't push forward." Yushu nodded. She saw an artist making clay figurines and went to choose one with Xue Xiaomei. She didn't care about the situation in Cheongyu Pavilion. In the evening, on the way back to the carriage, Yushu leaned against the window. She looked at Feng Xiaomiao, who was riding on a horse. Feng Xiaomiao was talking about what she saw in Cheongyu Pavilion during the day. The officials copied the results and came back. They reported on the platform downstairs. There were a total of 60 people in Fengshui who were promoted. They were from the last to the first. The officials took several name cards from Cheongyu Pavilion and compared them one by one. Guess what? Feng Xiaomiao suddenly raised his voice. His Ninth Highness actually came up with a number 1. At that time, Cheongyu Pavilion was in an uproar. That number 1 happened to be outside the pavilion. He was invited to the platform to talk. Because only His Ninth Highness hung his name card, he became His Ninth Highness disciple on the spot according to the ancestral rules. I saw that the other nobles' eyes were red with envy. How could they not be envious? There was a test every 3 years in Dian. The position of number 1 in 6 subjects was like that of a visiting flower man in the same hall. As a disciple of the current dynasty, if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a celestial commissioner in the future. He would be able to openly recruit him for his own use. Wasn't this a big bargain? Yushu muttered. She guessed that this was most likely due to junior sister Shui Yun. She had to admit that the little girl was indeed capable. With a flash of inspiration, she thought of something else. Her eyebrows suddenly smiled. With a gem like Shui Yun in front of them, Ji Xingxuan, who was by Lu Hao's side, would most likely be disappointed if she wanted to use this twin sun gathering to make a name for herself. Xue Rui rode at the side. Even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. The group returned to Wang Ji Tower to rest. Before the food and wine had arrived, Xue Rui found an excuse to leave first. Before he left, he asked Feng Xiaomiao to escort Yushu and little sister Xue back. Before the sun set, the twin sun gathering on the spring river dispersed. The nobles all returned to their own residences. Those who went back to their residences, those who went to eat wine. As night fell, in Ning Wang Fu, the long corridor that led to the study was silent. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground. It startled a few wild sparrows under the eaves. Trash! Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. Stepping on the broken pieces of the vase, he glared angrily at the scout kneeling a few steps away. You can't even do a small thing. I spent so much time investigating the list, but the higher-ups don't even have a candidate for the top 3. What's the use of keeping you? It was no wonder that Lu Hao would be angry. The cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how good Ji Xingxuan's physiognomy was, it was hard to pick a crane out of a nest of chickens. Therefore, even though he had some complaints about Ji Xingxuan, what he was most angry about was this group of incompetent subordinates. He had never placed Lu Tan's hypocritical younger brother in his eyes. But these 2 times, he had interfered and suppressed him. How could he not be angry? The scout leader was covered in cold sweat. He lowered his head and said respectfully, reporting to Wang Yi, there are too many guests participating in this year's Diyan examination. This subordinate was unable to investigate them one by one and missed some. Please forgive us, Wang Yi. You dare to quibble. Lu Hao grabbed the inkstone on the table and was about to throw it again. The middle-aged man standing to the side advised, Your Highness, please calm down. Listen to me. Lu Hao turned to look at the middle-aged man. His expression became much better. Mister, please speak. The middle-aged man muttered, Today's twin sons meeting was not only a missed opportunity for Your Highness. Looking at it, the other princes also did not get what they wanted. Only the 9th prince stood out. According to this situation, I don't think there is any benefit to this. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to dismiss the irrelevant people in the study, leaving only the strategist. Then according to Mr., is there a way to solve this situation? The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear, If I may be so bold, after today's incident, the 9th prince has already angered everyone. I'm afraid that everyone wants to remove his right-hand man, but they are just watching from the sidelines for fear of arousing suspicion. Your Highness, why don't you make the first move and redirect the disaster? After whispering like this, a cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. After thinking for a while, he felt that this method was feasible. He looked at the strategist with approval and clapped his hands, shouting, Men! At the same time, at another place in the capital city, Shui Rui found the 9th Prince Lu Tan in a guest house. Lu Yi, who was drinking alone under the moonlight in the pavilion in the garden, noticed Shui Rui's arrival, and he couldn't help but raise his cup and invite Shui Rui. Cousin brother, quickly come and have a drink with me. Have you heard about the incident in Chongyu Pavilion today? Shui Rui stepped into the pavilion, and when he saw this cousin brother of his who'd always been steady had a complacent expression at this moment, Shui Rui's face sank, and he shouted right away. You still have the mood to drink wine. Do you know that others have already schemed against you? Lu Tan was shocked and immediately sobered up. After thinking for a while, he asked, Cousin, do you mean that I was in the limelight today? But didn't you tell me that this twin sons meeting is a good opportunity? If I can gain some influence in front of Imperial Father, no one will dare to look down on me. Isn't that good? Chapter 343. After today's double sun meeting, Shui Yun didn't go to the guest house with Lu Tan. Instead, she went back to the princess's residence with Jing Chen as usual. Lu Tan would come to pick her up the next morning. After the two of them had dinner together, the steward of the residence asked at the entrance of the dining hall, Young master, the object you ordered people to make has been made. Do you want to have someone bring it over for you to see? Jing Chen said, There's no need to move it around. Where is it now? I'll go over and see. It's placed in the west wing of the courtyard. Shui Yun asked curiously, What did senior brother order people to do? Jing Chen didn't mind letting her know, I ordered people to copy Master's Universe Astrolabe. Shui Yun was stunned at first, but then she understood and revealed a surprised expression. She was very clever, so how could she not guess why her senior brother would spend so much effort to make the Universe Astrolabe? She knew that her senior brother wanted to teach the unique skill of their Tai sect to Misyu, but who would have thought that he would teach martial uncle Huai Xian's chaotic heaven divination technique, such a great skill, to a secular person. In a hurry, Shui Yun blushed and stammered, "Senior brother, this. Jing Chen seemed to be aware of Shui Yun's thoughts. He flicked his sleeve and stopped her words. His handsome face had an indifferent expression. "I know the rules of the sect. In the future, when I see the sect leader and master, I will ask for forgiveness. It's just that this is something on my mind. If I can't resolve it, it will hinder my Tao heart." Shui Yun swallowed her words. Although they were fellow cultivators, in terms of state of mind, she was far inferior to Jing Qin. She could only guess one or two of his thoughts. She wanted to dissuade him, but for a moment, she couldn't open her mouth. Her watery eyes turned and she avoided the important point. "Since senior brother has a plan, I won't say anything more." "But senior brother only ordered people to make the astrolabe. Has martial uncle's chaotic heaven divination technique been copied?" "I've copied it." "Then when do you plan to find Misyu?" "I'll be free tomorrow." Shui Yun nodded and said no more. She followed Jing Chen to look at the imitation astrolabe. Although her father was a Taoist master of the Greater One sect, martial uncle Huai Xian was a loner. Other than his direct disciple, Jing Chen, he had never shown any respect to his disciples. She had only seen the universe astrolabe in the old man's hall a few times from afar. The next day, Shui Yun dressed up properly with the help of the maidservants of the princess mansion. Then, she took her fortune stick and went to the dining room in the front courtyard to have breakfast with Jing Chen. She was waiting for Lu Tan to pick her up. Jing Chen happened to be on the way. The Tao cultivators were in good health. Therefore, the two brothers and sisters didn't talk much at the dining table. They had only eaten half their fill when they heard the news that Lu Tan had arrived. Shui Yun watched as Lu Tan strode into the dining room and asked curiously, "Why aren't you waiting in the car?" "Senior brother and I are going out now." Lu Tan shook his head and raised his hand to greet Jing Chen. He respectfully called him martial uncle and turned to Shui Yun, saying, "I'm here to tell youngest martial aunt. I don't need to trouble you today. I'll go to the meeting alone. You can rest at home for a few days." Shui Yun was puzzled. Why? It was inconvenient for Lu Tan to tell the truth about how Shui Rui had advised him to temporarily avoid the sharp edge yesterday, so he tactfully changed the topic, thanks to junior martial aunt's help these past few days. "It's just that the next subject's result will be the astrology. With 7th martial uncle in the capital, I don't lack this kind of talent, so you don't have to worry about it for the time being." Shui Yun didn't think much of it when she heard this. She smiled and said, "All right. It takes a lot of energy to sit in that building every day and smell the ambergris every night. I feel a headache. I'll rest for a few days and help you later." Lu Tan hurriedly agreed. Although he was a prince and was incomparably respected, the two people in front of him were his seniors, so he couldn't disrespect them. Shui Yun didn't go, so Jing Chen and Lu Tan went out together. Not long after they left, Shui Yun drank half a cup of morning tea and was about to return to her room to take a bath so that she could burn incense and meditate. However, she bumped into Jing Chen, who had turned around and returned. "Oh. Why didn't Xixiang go?" Jing Chen said, "I just reached the door when I was stopped by people from the palace. I don't know when His Majesty will summon me to the palace, so I came back to change my clothes." The white robe that Jing Chen was wearing was not a big deal outside, but in front of the Son of Heaven, it was a loss of propriety. He originally didn't understand these rules. During his stay in the palace, a group of palace attendants intentionally or unintentionally reminded him, so he more or less knew about it. Shui Yun said, "You're going to see His Majesty. Then you won't be coming back tonight." Even Shui Yun had heard of the emperor's love for Jing Chen. Ever since they moved into the princess's residence, Jing Chen went to see the emperor every 2 or 3 days. As long as he entered the palace to accompany the emperor, he would often stay for dinner. If the uncle and nephew chatted late, they would be directly arranged to sleep in the palace room in the front courtyard. I don't know yet. Shui Yun wanted to see Yu Shu, so she had an idea and said, Shi Xiang may not be able to leave the palace today, but it's not that I can't send something to miss you. I happen to be free, so why don't I go on a trip for you? Jing Chen thought about it and felt that it was fine, so he let her send the astrolabe and the copy first. He also told her, when you see Xiaoyu, give her the copy of Master's Celestial Divination, and let her memorize the program first. The next time I see her, I can directly explain it. Okay, don't worry, Shi Xiang. I will tell Miss Yu. Shui Yun smiled and studied it. She followed Jing Chen back to the room and took out the 2 copies. She disassembled the astrolabe, wrapped it in a silk cover, and had the servants carry it away. The 13th day of the 2nd month was the day that Yu Shu had long predicted that there would be a calamity. Because of Shui Rui's comfort yesterday, she had a rare good sleep. She stretched and got out of bed at dawn. Yundo, go and tell my mother that I need to do morning exercises. I'll eat breakfast in the room and don't go to the main room. Yu Shu held a basin of warm water to wash her face as she instructed Yundo. She had made up her mind that in order to avoid the calamity today, she wouldn't go out of the house. She would stay at home to avoid the calamity. She wouldn't be able to see the pregnant Zhao Hui today. Yundo obediently went and came back with Zhao Hui's words after a while. It was nothing more than telling Yu Shu not to work too hard and tire her body. The weather today was warm. After eating breakfast, Yu Shu opened a window on the east side and took out the golden abacus that Pei Jing had given her from the box. She leaned against the coffee table by the window and fiddled with the abacus. She seemed to be playing and practicing, but no one knew that she was looking forward to the sun setting so that she could get through the day. Haw haw. Hearing a little noise, Yu Shu lowered her eyelids and looked at Kim Bao, who was trying to climb up her skirt to her knees. She remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that he had given it a bath last night, so she didn't shake it off. She let the little guy jump onto her lap, jump onto the coffee table, and directly pounce on the abacus in her hand. It rubbed the gold beads with its black beady eyes, looking very greedy. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and threw away the abacus to let it have its fill. Anyway, such a big thing was not easy to carry, so she was not afraid of it thinking about it. There was a series of footsteps outside the door. Yu Shu turned sideways and looked out of the half-open door. She saw Yundo standing on the threshold and whispering to someone, who seemed to be the gatekeeper. After a while, Yundo ran in. Miss, a guest is here. Yu Shu only thought it was Shui Rui. She looked down and saw that there was nothing wrong with her clothes, so she didn't need to change. As soon as she took a step, she felt something on her back. She heard a "haw" sound, and something hooked the collar of her clothes and jumped to her left shoulder. Yu Shu was not scared. She turned her face to look at Kim Bao, who was squatting on her shoulder, and reached out to take it down. Kim Bao noticed her intention. When she reached out, it took advantage of the gap and jumped into her loose sleeves. It showed its claws and hooked the material in her sleeves. No matter how many times she shook it, it didn't fall out. Haw haw. Yu Shu was puzzled. Why was this little guy willing to give up the golden abacus and suddenly stick to her? Because she didn't want the guests to wait for too long, Yu Shu didn't try to get rid of Kim Bao again. She was afraid that it would get angry and scratch her clothes. She folded her sleeves and took Yundo to the front yard. When Yu Shu saw Shui Yun sitting alone in the living room, she was very surprised. Her footsteps paused for a moment before she walked in. Miss Shui. She looked around and saw a large wooden box on the ground. She was even more confused about Shui Yun's intentions. Shui Yun smiled and pointed at the box. She said to Yushu, "Senior Marshal Brother went to the palace. This is a replica of the astrolabe that he asked someone to make. I have nothing to do, so I ran an errand to give it to you." Hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up. She thanked Shui Yun and walked into the box. She bent down to open it, but she heard Shui Yun stop her. "This astrolabe is scattered. Later, Senior Marshal Brother will need to put it back together. Miss you, it's best if you don't look at it in a hurry, in case you lose the parts." Yushu withdrew her hand and embarrassedly said to Shui Yun, "I was a bit impatient." When she heard Shui Yun's words, Yushu knew that the other person knew that Jing Chen wanted to teach her the secret technique of the sect. She must be familiar with the cloudy sky divination technique. She just didn't know if Shui Yun had learned this technique before. Yushu and Shui Yun didn't have much of a friendship. They had only met a few times, so there wasn't much to talk about. However, since the other person had come with good intentions to give her something, she couldn't just accept it and ask her to leave. Of course, she had to stay to drink a cup of tea and chat a bit. Thus, she personally poured a cup of tea and handed it over. She tried to find something to talk about. "I heard that Miss Shui was invited by His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, as a guest to watch the twin sons gathering. Why are you free today?" Shui Yun held the teacup in her hands but didn't sip it. She often drank the true dew tea before the rain at the mountain gate. Later, when she went down the mountain to the capital, Lu Tan was attentive and considerate and served her the imperial tribute tea. Thus, she didn't like the tea that Yushu casually brewed here. "I'm not free. If I have nothing to do, then I must have a request. I came to see Miss Yu today not only to run an errand for Senior Marshal Brother, but also to ask Miss Yu for a favor." Yushu took a sip of tea and raised her head to look at the elegant young maiden. Her eyelids twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt that it wasn't something good. "Miss Shui, please speak." Chapter 344. Knowing that there would be a big disaster today, Yushu really didn't want to go out. However, looking at Shui Yun's expression, it seemed that there was a secret that she wanted to talk about. It was related to Jing Chen and couldn't be heard by others, which made her curious. After hesitating for a moment, Yushu still felt that her life was more important, so she tactfully suggested, "If Miss Shui feels that it's not convenient to talk here, why don't we talk in the bedroom in the backyard?" Her suggestion was good, but Shui Yun's pair of black and white eyes looked at her deeply and said bluntly, "The walls have ears. It's not that I don't believe you, but the matter of me being the senior brother is of great importance. Even he himself may not know it. What I'm telling you today must not fall into the ears of a third person, not even your family." Hearing this, Yushu was even more surprised. What kind of secret was it that even Jing Chen didn't know? She wasn't interested in Shui Yun's request, but she really wanted to hear this secret. To tell you the truth, it's really inconvenient for me to go out." Yushu hesitated and added, "I calculated that there will be a disaster today, so I'm hiding at home. Why don't we talk in private another day?" Shui Yun heard that it was because of Yushu, but she smiled and said indifferently, "It's really a disaster. How can it be avoided by hiding at home? In that case, I will also have a disaster in the near future, but I'm not as careful as Mississippi." Hearing the ridicule in her words, implying that she was afraid of the slightest thing, Yushu curled her lips. So what if she was afraid of death? It didn't affect anyone. "If Miss Yu doesn't want to talk to me, I can't force you." I was rash. As Shui Yun spoke, she suddenly stood up and was about to leave. Yushu hurriedly sent her off. When the two of them walked to the door, Shui Yun stopped and looked back at Yushu. She said with a hidden meaning, "I'm willing to talk to you today, but maybe I'll regret it tomorrow." Yushu was stunned for a moment but quickly understood what she meant. About the secret of Jing Qin. If she didn't listen to it today, she would never have the chance to know. Yushu felt as if there were two mice in her heart, scratching and scratching. She opened her mouth and held back, watching Shui Yun get into the carriage and be escorted away by two guards. Wait! The carriage stopped not too far away. Shui Yun opened her eyes. Her eyes, which should have been pure and untainted, were somewhat dark and gloomy. In the end, Yushu couldn't resist her curiosity, so she braced herself and sat in Shui Yun's carriage. Where are we going? The carriage passed a few streets. Yushu sat by the window and looked out. Kim Bao, who was hanging in her sleeve, seemed to be asleep. He didn't make a sound. The soft little ball with warmth made her feel at ease. There's a tea house with a quiet environment and good soundproofing. Shui Yun's voice was pleasant to the ear. There was a gentleness in her words. Yushu couldn't help but look back at her. This girl seemed to be a year older than her. The first time they met at Forgotten Opportunity Tower, she still had some of the liveliness of a young girl in front of Jing Qin. Now that she looked carefully, there was a sense of steadiness inside and out. It was probably because her facial features weren't very beautiful. She didn't look like what Yushu had imagined. A female cultivator would have an otherworldly beauty. Why are you looking at me like that? Shui Yun met Yushu's gaze. Yushu said heartlessly, I see that Miss Shui is different from the cultivator I imagined. A cultivator shouldn't have no distracting thoughts in their heart. Based on her experience of reading countless people, this junior sister's thoughts weren't simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lured her out with just a few words. Shui Yun blinked. Oh. Then what do you think a cultivator should be like? Yushu said, like Jing Qin. She had seen all kinds of people, some good and some evil. But in terms of being clean from the inside out, Jing Qin was the only one. Shui Yun seemed to have guessed who Yushu would say. She didn't look surprised at all. She smiled faintly and said with pride, I can't compare with senior brother, what about him? Shui Yun didn't continue. Yushu didn't care and turned her head to continue looking at the road. After driving through another street, they actually came to the downtown area. The carriage stopped in front of a tea house. Yushu jumped out of the carriage first. Looking at the crowded and messy scene inside, she looked back at Shui Yun suspiciously. Could this place be called a quiet environment? Shui Yun didn't explain. After getting out of the carriage, she said to the two guards following the carriage, You wait for me downstairs. You don't have to follow me. The two guards were sent by Lu Tan to protect Shui Yun early in the morning. They looked very embarrassed. Miss Shui, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. If His Highness knows that we are neglecting our duties, he will definitely punish us. Shui Yun said, It's broad daylight here. There won't be any danger. Besides, I've been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship since childhood. My skills aren't inferior to yours. If something really happens, you can't stop me. The two guards looked around. It was indeed safe. Seeing Shui Yun's firm attitude, they hesitated and agreed. Then we'll wait here. If you need anything, please call us immediately. After saying that, they looked at Yushu worriedly, for fear that she would be a burden. Yushu felt depressed for a moment, then followed Shui Yun into the tea house. When they entered, they attracted the attention of many customers. Two young women coming in and out of such a crowded place without any cover on their heads could easily be thought of as having a poor upbringing. Being stared at by so many eyes, Yushu was thick-skinned enough and didn't feel unhappy. Shui Yun ignored them and called for the waiter to lead the way to the second floor. The second floor was full of small rooms. Yushu quickly discovered that Shui Yun wasn't lying. The waiter opened the door to a private room. They walked in. They could hear the noise downstairs a moment ago, but when the door was closed, it instantly quieted down. On second thought, the room was quiet and it was so chaotic downstairs. Even if someone stood outside the door to eavesdrop, it would be difficult to hear because of the noise. This was indeed a good place to talk in private. Brew a pot of your best tea. Shui Yun casually handed something to the waiter. Yu Shu glanced at it and secretly clicked her tongue. It was actually a golden bean the size of a peanut. Ladies, please take a seat. Please wait. The waiter immediately put on a flattering expression and bowed before leaving. Yu Shu walked a few steps in the study-sized room and tilted her head to Shui Yun. This place is not bad. How did you know? Shui Yun voiced out Yu Shu's doubts. I asked Chong Yun if there was a good place to talk a few days ago, and he brought me here. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and thought that Shui Yun was already prepared to talk to her. She became more and more curious about the secret she was about to tell her and what she wanted from her. It's quiet enough here. What do you want to say to me? Can you say it now? Shui Yun walked in front of Yu Shu and sat down on a four-cornered chair with a soft green silk cushion. She put her hands on her knees and raised her head to look at her. After looking at her for a while, she said with a somewhat complicated expression, Senior Apprentice Brother's destiny is to rush to K to Star. This time, he came down the mountain to find the person who broke his destiny. You should know all of this, right? Yu Shu's expression changed slightly. She did know what Shui Yun said. This could be said to be the biggest secret she knew about Jing Qin. Shui Yun clearly also knew. However, based on what she knew before, based on Jing Chen's behavior, his little junior apprentice sister should not know these things. Yu Shu immediately became cautious. She was afraid that Shui Yun was saying this to trick her, so she kept her mouth shut and frowned at her. Chapter 345. Yu Shu vaguely saw her confused face from Shui Yun's faint pupils. Her throat moved up and down before she heard her own voice, great in disaster. What do you mean? Shui Yun sighed and said, do you know why my senior brother was sent to my Tai Yi sect to be raised? Didn't the emperor announce to the world that Jing Qin inherited his mother's will to worship the three pure ones patriarchs and pray for the people of Duan, so he was sent to cultivate? This was the official statement. Yu Shu only wanted to know some things from Shui Yun, but she didn't want to be foolishly tricked by her, so she answered perfunctorily. In fact, the real reason, Jing Qin had told her in the grove. Who knew that Shui Yun could see through her? You don't have to hide it from me. I know my senior brother's character very well. He disdains lying. You saved him on the way, and he has gone through thick and thin with you. He trusts you, so he will not deceive you. If I'm not mistaken, he should have told you everything about his life as soon as he regained his memory, including the fact that the De and imperial family sent him to Mount Longhu to protect his life more than 10 years ago because Kata Star didn't rise early. With her words so accurate, Yu Shu awkwardly cleared her throat and whispered, since you know, why are you asking me? Shui Yun smiled faintly, I just want you to understand that I know everything you know. I don't need to lie to you. Moreover, what I want to tell you today is something you don't know. Yu Shu nodded and let down half of her guard. Her legs were sore from standing and talking, so she took 2 steps back and sat on the chair opposite Shui Yun. She asked, you haven't told me, what is the meaning of great and disaster? Disaster, it sounded inauspicious. Once this disaster is mentioned, it involves a lot of things. I can't tell you the specifics. Shui Yun frowned slightly, you only need to know my senior brother's fate. It is inextricably linked to the rise and fall of the Yin dynasty, so the Dan imperial family must not let him die early. More than 10 years ago, with the agreement with my sect's grand elder, the sect leader and several elders changed his fate. Only then did they save senior brother. Hee, Miss Shui really likes to joke. With a hollow laugh, Yushu managed to maintain her composure on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She thought to herself that if what Shui Yun said was true, then she had really heard a great secret. A person's fate could affect the rise and fall of a country. Logically speaking, this statement was clearly groundless. If it was the true dragon son of heaven, the life and death of an emperor could indeed shake the imperial court. However, Jing Chen was just the son of a princess in a dynasty. He didn't have any power in his hands. How could his fate affect the entire imperial court? Shui Yun looked at Yushu's face of disbelief and did not intend to explain. He said coldly, "This is the heavenly Tao. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Yushu was deep in thought. She stared at Shui Yun's delicate and pretty face, trying to discern the slightest trace of guilt or nonsense. However, it was all in vain. Shui Yun's gaze was at the same level as hers. She didn't evade or blink and was extremely magnanimous. "Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, what is your purpose in telling me this secret?" Shui Yun said, "As I said, I have a favor to ask of you." Yushu's intuition told her that it wasn't something good. To be honest, she had already begun to regret going out with Shui Yun. She heard another secret that she didn't know was true or false. She made up her mind that no matter what Shui Yun asked of her later, she couldn't easily agree. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Shui Yun lightly pursed her lips and suddenly stood up from the chair. She raised her hand and bowed to Yushu. She solemnly said, "I want to ask Miss Yu not to have any contact with my senior brother in the future." Yushu expressionlessly looked at Shui Yun's solemn expression. She endured it and didn't stand up to leave. Instead, she asked, "Why?" Shui Yun looked at her deeply and said, "Miss Yu is a smart person. Since you know these secrets of my senior brother, you should know how dangerous it is for him." Before senior brother left the mountain, martial uncle repeatedly told him to remember not to rashly move his Tao heart and to maintain his nature in order to avoid Kidu Star causing chaos and harming the innocent. However, he treats you differently. According to my observation, every time he thinks about you, his heart can't be as calm as still water. His Tao heart is shaken and is in imminent danger. Senior brother himself also noticed this, so he repeatedly restrained himself. However, he was reluctant to cut off his relationship with you. He even violated the sex rules and deliberately taught you martial uncle's lifelong secret knowledge. It is enough to show that he already has fetters in his heart. Senior brother doesn't know that he himself is a great calamity, so he naturally doesn't know that one wrong thought of his can destroy countless people. If this relationship can't be broken, it will cause great harm. People of the Tao can't go against heaven and reason and damage merit. Therefore, I beg you to take the initiative to cut off your relationship with him and return him a clear mind. Only then can everyone be safe. At this point, Shui Yun acted as if she didn't see Yushu's dark face. She took a step forward, took out 2 copies from her bosom, and handed them to her. She said earnestly, "This is the celestial divination that my martial uncle Hui Xianjinren spent 30 years to write. Coupled with the imitation of the universe astrolabe, even without my senior brother's guidance, you can still comprehend the truth on your own. In less than 10 years, there will be progress. I see that your root of wisdom is insufficient and your aptitude is limited, so I advise you not to be greedy. This secret knowledge is enough for you to comprehend for a lifetime, and it is enough to repay you for saving my senior brother. I hope that you will take care of yourself and don't pester him anymore, lest you harm others and yourself." These words were spoken clearly. It was reasonable, righteous, threatening, and enticing, and it was like a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing one to be unable to avoid it. Agreeing to it was the best of both worlds, and if one didn't agree, then one would be shameless. Yushu's hands grabbed onto the armrests of the chair while her face was tense, and her gaze was locked onto the beautiful and elegant words on the cover of the book. She endured it over and over again, yet she was unable to endure it in the end, causing a trace of a crack to appear on her face. Her temper was bad to begin with, so how could she be willing to endure this kind of humiliation? She sneered right away and went straight to the point. I actually didn't know when I became a vile person that seeks to repay kindness. Miss Shui really thinks too highly of me. Shui Yun's beautiful brows knit together when she heard Yushu's ridicule, and she was just about to say something when the voice of the waiter that was serving tea sounded out from outside the door. She paused for a moment, then placed the 2 copies of the book on the tea table beside Yushu's hand before turning around to open the door. The waiter came in with the tea, but he seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere in the room wasn't right, so he placed the tea down and said, "Please enjoy your meal," before retreating. Shui Yun closed the door and returned to the tea table. She skillfully set up the tea set, washed the cups, smelled the fragrance, and filtered the water before pouring out a cup of fragrant tea and placing it in front of Yushu. Then, she poured another cup for herself before sitting down in front of her again. She lowered her head and blew on the tea before saying apologetically, "It was my slip of the tongue. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way. Drink a cup of tea and cool down your anger, then we can have a good talk." In her heart, she thought, it was indeed her who looked down on her. Seeing this, the expression on Yushu's face softened a little. She calmly thought about it. After all, this person was Jing Chen's junior sister who grew up with him. For her to mock her like this, it must be for Jing Chen's sake. Furthermore, she still had some questions that she didn't understand, so it wasn't good to fall out with her. Thus, she suppressed the idea of leaving, snorted, picked up the cup of tea, and brought it to her mouth. At this moment, Kim Bao, who was in her other sleeve, suddenly became restless and bit her through her clothes. Yushu felt the pain and her hand trembled, almost spilling the tea. She put her hand down and touched her sleeve under the table to warn Kim Bao not to cause trouble. However, the little fellow didn't calm down and instead scratched around in her sleeve, making her feel a little annoyed. "Miss you." Yushu didn't want Shui Yun to see that she was acting strangely, so she tightened her sleeve and picked up the teacup again. However, who knew that Kim Bao, who was in her sleeve, became more and more restless and moved around, wanting to come out. This abnormal behavior made Yushu feel a little strange. A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly thought of an unimportant matter. She followed the caravan north on a ship and saw through Qiu Biao's true colors on the way. That Bai Qing had put a knockout drug in the food that she prepared for them. At that time, they didn't notice it. Only Kim Bao's behavior was abnormal and he was as restless as he was now. Yushu lowered her head and looked at the teacup in her hand, and her pupils contracted. Could it be that there was a problem with this tea? Thinking of this possibility, Yushu instantly became vigilant. She still brought the tea to her mouth and pretended to drink it. At the same time, she quietly peeked at Shui Yun's action of drinking tea. In her heart, she didn't believe that this younger martial sister would drug her. It wasn't until Shui Yun finished the cup of tea in her hand and went to the pot to add more that Yushu secretly scolded herself for being overly suspicious. However, she put down the cup and didn't dare to take any risks. "Miss Yu, please keep what I just said to you a secret. For the sake of senior martial brother's safety, remember not to reveal." Her voice stopped abruptly. Yushu's eyes widened as she watched Shui Yun, who had been talking to her a moment ago, go limp in front of her in the next moment with a stiff expression. She fell on the table with a bang and fainted, motionless. Miss Shui." After being stunned for a moment, the hairs on the back of Yushu's neck stood up, as if she sensed danger approaching. In the face of this sudden change, she didn't move Shui Yun. Instead, she hurriedly stood up from the chair. Without thinking much, her first reaction was to open the window and shout for the 2 bodyguards downstairs to come up. However, looking around the room, the 2 windows facing the street turned out to be skylights, which couldn't be reached at all. The soundproofing in this room was too good, and it was chaotic downstairs. Even if she went out and stood in the corridor and shouted for help, no one might be able to hear her. Yushu looked at the door of the room 20 feet away, and then turned back to look at Shui Yun, who had fainted on the table. Her heart swayed. If she ran down and shouted for help, it was difficult to guarantee that Shui Yun wouldn't be in danger. However, if she carried Shui Yun along, she was afraid that she would miss the opportunity to escape. She might be stopped when she went out. Damn it! Yushu took 2 steps forward and then turned back. She gritted her teeth and dragged Shui Yun out of the chair. She struggled to carry Shui Yun on her back. She glanced at the 2 manuscripts on the table from the corner of her eyes. She grabbed them and put them in her bosom. Carrying a person on her back, she rushed to the door and listened for any movements. She took a deep breath, kicked the door open, and jumped out. She was a step too slow. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she bumped into the people squatting outside the door. Her head hit the wall, and she fell backward. With a scream, she fell into a ball with Shui Yun. Ah! Yushu lay on her back on the ground with the back of her head hitting the ground. She saw stars and was dizzy. She saw 2 men carrying sacks outside the door, and they were obviously shocked. Why is there still one awake? Chapter 346. Shui Rui went to the Supreme Court early in the morning. Thinking that there was nothing important, he excused himself and went back home to change into his official clothes. He took out a wooden box from the secret compartment at the head of the bed and hid it in his clothes. Then he asked Lao Chui to drive the carriage to the west of the city to find Yushu. Shui Rui knew that Yushu would not go out today and would stay at home to avoid trouble. So when they went out for a walk yesterday, he didn't tell Yushu that he would come to find her today. But when he arrived at He Mansion, he didn't see her. Mr. Shui, our young miss is not here. She went out. Yundo, Yushu's maid, stood at the door and told him. Shui Rui was surprised. He hurriedly asked about Yushu's whereabouts. Do you know where she went? It's the young miss who came with young Master Jing. She came to give something to young miss. The 2 of them went out together. I don't know where they went. With Jing Qin. Shui Yun. Shui Rui was very confused. He couldn't figure out why Jing Chen's junior sister was looking for Yushu. He also couldn't figure out why Yushu went out with someone on such a dangerous day. How long have they been gone? Is there anyone with them? Worried, Shui Rui asked a few more questions. When he knew that Shui Yun brought some guards with her, he was more or less relieved. He thought that they might not be gone for long, so he went to the door and waited for Yushu to come back. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yushu still hadn't returned. As he watched the sun rise higher and higher, Shui Rui grew more and more impatient as he waited. Right at this moment, a crow descended outside the living room and cawed a few times, and it was extremely unlucky. Shui Rui couldn't help but feel a wave of palpitation in his heart, and he couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and bid his farewells before hastily rushing to the princess estate. When he arrived at the princess mansion, he happened to encounter a mess in front of the gate. 7 or 8 guards were gathered together like headless flies, all of them looking nervous. Shui Rui got out of the car and vaguely heard the words disappeared and can't be found. His intuition told him that something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and asked with a straight face, "What are you all crowding around here for?" Some of the guards in the princess mansion recognized the eldest son of the Shui family. One of them immediately stepped forward and answered, reporting to Mr. Shui, Miss Shui from our mansion has disappeared. Daoist child has yet to return from the palace, and there is no one to take charge of the situation. Everyone is discussing how to split up and look for him." Hearing this, Shui Rui's heart skipped a beat. Shui Yun is missing, then what about Yu Shu? Vaguely guessing a possibility, Shui Rui's face immediately darkened. Who followed Miss Shui out today? Come out and tell me. Shui Rui was now working in the Supreme Court. He was an experienced person, so he asked the whole story in a few sentences. It turned out that after Shui Yun and Yu Shu left the He family, they went to a tea house in the downtown of the city. After dismissing the servants, they went upstairs to talk. 2 guards were waiting downstairs, but they didn't come down even after a long time. When they went upstairs to look for them, they didn't expect that the 2 girls seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Shui Rui's face turned gloomy and clear. With a hint of anger, his pitch-black eyes swept over the faces of the 2 imperial bodyguards on duty. Immediately, the back of their necks turned cold and their heads swelled up. They regretted leaving Shui Yun's side and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. If Yu Shu disappeared alone, it would be fine. However, it was Shui Yun who disappeared with her. Shui Rui couldn't help but think that it was bad. Last night, he had advised Lu Tan that a tall tree would attract the wind and let him avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Today, something happened to them. They were said to have disappeared. There was an 80% chance that they were kidnapped by one of the masters of Cheongyu Tower. Shui Rui was burning with anxiety. He knew that it was not the time to act up. With a cold face, he quickly arranged for them to act separately. You quickly go to Cheongyu Tower and ask the 9th prince to come back. Don't alarm others. Wait in the mansion for Dozi to come back and tell him what happened. Old Shui, take the token back to the mansion and bring a few experts out. The 2 of you, and the rest of the people, follow me to that tea house. Worried about Yu Shu's safety, Shui Rui felt that the carriage was too slow. He pulled a guard over and mounted a horse. Then, he brought 4 or 5 people and galloped to the downtown area. Shui Rui found the tea house with his men and showed them the Supreme Court's token. Without saying anything, he ordered his men to seal the tea house. He also sent 2 men to guard the front and back doors. He flashed a few shiny sabers. He didn't let any of the guests and odd job workers in the tea house escape. He led the guard who had followed Shui Yun this morning into the tea house. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he led the way up to the 2nd floor. The 2 guards were not stupid. When they realized that the 2 people had disappeared, they asked the shopkeeper to lock the tea house. No one was allowed to enter. Therefore, the tea house was still the same as when Shui Yun and Yu Shu had left. Shui Rui had investigated many cases, so he had a lot of means. After checking the tea house for a week, he found that there was something wrong with the cold tea on the table. He immediately asked someone to catch a rooster from the kitchen and drink it. After drinking the cold tea, the rooster staggered for 2 steps, then fell to the ground and fainted. Shui Rui's face was as ugly as it could be. He slammed his palm on the tea house heavily, showing his official power. The shopkeeper and the waiter were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Excellency, please investigate clearly. How could there be something wrong with the tea? Our tea house is clean and has never done anything against reason and nature. Someone must have framed us. The guard kicked the waiter to the ground. Shui Rui ignored him. He pressed his hand on the table and stared at the 2 cups of tea. From the position of the tea set, he found some clues. The tea was poured by the person sitting on the right. Only 1 cup of water was missing from the teapot. The cup on the right on the table was empty. However, the cup he fed the rooster just now was not much empty. The cup was clean and there were no tea stains on the rim. Obviously, the person who poured the tea knew the tea etiquette very well. It must not be Yushu. Shui Rui racked his brains, and it wasn't long before he came to a conclusion that he didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. That little girl, Yushu, has never drunk this tea that was drugged. Shui Rui looked around the room and didn't find any traces of struggle. He frowned in confusion. While speculating, he slowly walked to the door and squatted down. With the light coming in from the skylight, he wiped the floor in front of the door and found that a layer of dust was gone. He then turned around and looked at the high windows in the room. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a general idea in his mind. He gritted his teeth and cursed secretly, "This troublesome girl, when did she learn to be so kind? Young master, I have brought some people here." Lao Chui stood at the door and reported to Shui Rui. Shui Rui stood up and pointed at the shopkeeper and the waiter on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Take them away and interrogate them. Leave some people in the tea house to check the customers. Send some people to the back door to see where it leads to. Ask if there are any carriages or sedans passing by. Go now." "Yes, Your Excellency." Yushu and Shui Yun were taken away, tied up, put in a sack, and sent away from the back door of the tea house. Unlike Shui Yun, who was unconscious, Yushu fainted when she bumped into the two strange men at the door. She knew that she was no match for them, so she bit the tip of her tongue all the way to a carriage. She smelled the stench, but obviously she didn't throw up. The sack couldn't see the light, so Yushu didn't dare to move. She touched Kim Bao, who was curled up in her sleeve, and pricked up her ears to listen to the movements outside. However, the driver was very cautious and didn't talk, so she couldn't pry. In this current situation, after the panic, Yushu became much more clear-headed due to the stench. She calmed down a little and was able to think. Drugging the tea, it was obvious that the other party had planned this beforehand and was well prepared. They were definitely not human traffickers. So, the other party didn't come for her, but for Shui Yun. The first thing that came to Yushu's mind was that she had offended the 11th prince at the princess residence's banquet. However, she wasn't so sure after thinking about it. Shui Rui had once guaranteed her that Lu Hao and Lu Yi wouldn't do anything to her. Why would they want to capture her out of nowhere? Moreover, they even dragged Shui Yun along. Capturing her was not a big deal. After all, she was just a prostitute, and it was pointless to kill her. But Shui Yun was different. She was a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. She was Jing Chen's junior sister and the 9th Prince Lu Tan's martial aunt. Recently, she had been in the limelight at the Double Suns meeting. Capturing her was like poking the hornet's nest. If the target was her from the beginning, they should have picked a time when she was alone. Why did they have to catch her with Shui Yun? Yushu thought about it and still felt that it was more likely that the other party was targeting Shui Yun, and she was just the unlucky one incidentally. The carriage didn't move smoothly, swaying back and forth. Behind her, she could bump into another sack, knowing that Shui Yun was inside. She was angry and hateful. It was really a blessing, not a curse, and if it was a curse, she couldn't avoid it. She could only blame her curiosity. She didn't hide at home and actually ran into the muzzle of a gun. But fortunately, Shui Yun was caught, and someone would be anxious to find her. Presumably, by now, Jing Chen and Lu Ten already knew that they were missing and would definitely send people to rescue them. Yushu's heart calmed down a little, but the back of her head hurt. She closed her eyes for a while, then opened them again. She blamed herself for entrusting her own safety to others. The more she lived, the more she regressed. Immediately, he mustered all of his energy and thought of a way to escape. On the 13th day of the second month, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In Cheongyu Tower, the princes were all seated. Looking around, only the 9th prince, Lu Tan, was missing a seat. When someone asked in the morning, Lu Tan only said that she had caught a cold yesterday and was bedridden. When the other princes heard this, they said a few words of concern on the surface, but in reality, they were sneering behind their backs, secretly thinking that Lu Tan was still tactful. When it was almost noon, the competition below the stage temporarily stopped. Everyone was planning to enter the tower to eat when a guard holding a waist token walked to the corridor with his head lowered. He moved in front of Lu Tan and whispered a few words. Lu Tan's expression changed instantly. Excellent Prince Lu Si was walking beside him and asked when he saw him, "What happened to 11th younger brother?" Hearing this, Ning Wang, Lu Du and the others also turned to look at Lu Tan. Lu Tan forced a smile and held his forehead. "I had a cold wind in the morning and now have a headache. I don't think there will be anything interesting in the afternoon. I will go back and rest first." The princes who were older than him said a few symbolic words of concern and let him go. Chapter 347. Shui Rui arranged people to investigate near the tea house and then went to Wang Jilu to wait for news. It was inconvenient to speak in the Princess Fu, and Wang Jilu was Shui Rui's territory, so there were no outsiders. When Lu Tan heard the news, he rushed over and was led to the elegant room. As soon as he entered the door, he asked eagerly, "Brother Rui, why is my Xiao Shirgu missing? Have you sent people to look for her?" Shui Rui held a cup of tea in his hand and shook his head without taking a sip. He said, "I have already sent people to investigate. Don't be impatient, sit down and listen to me." When Lu Tan came, he was sweating profusely, but when he saw Shui Rui's calm appearance, he calmed down a little and sat down next to him. "Quickly tell me, what is going on?" Thus, Shui Rui narrated the situation that he had discovered in the restaurant to him in a concise and comprehensive manner. "In the morning, Miss Shui went to look for my sworn sister. I don't know why, but she asked her out on a date. The two of them probably wanted to have a private conversation in the tea house. According to the imperial bodyguards, Miss Shui avoided them. The two of them went up to the second floor for less than an hour, but when the imperial bodyguards went upstairs to look for them, they had already disappeared without a trace. I went to see. The tea they drank was spiked with a strong knockout drug. Even martial artists would find it difficult to resist. Miss Shui drank this tea, so she did not have the strength to resist and was taken away." Lu Tan's expression changed. His left hand on the table clenched into a fist. He was so angry that he laughed. "I'm afraid this is the doing of one of my brothers." After saying that, he was annoyed and slammed the table, saying in a low voice, "It's all my carelessness. I thought that they did not dare to do anything serious, so I did not send more people to protect Xiao Shirgu. Now that she has been taken away, if anything happens to her, even 10,000 deaths cannot absolve me." When Shui Rui saw him blaming himself, he was also very regretful. If he had gone to find Yushu earlier in the morning, he could have stopped her at home and escaped this disaster. "Calm down first. The most important thing now is to find them," Shui Rui speculated hesitantly. "I'm afraid that if we delay too long, they'll be in trouble." "How can that be?" Lu Tan was startled. "If Xiao Shirgu is really captured by one of them, she won't be able to help me at the Shuangyang meeting. At most, she will be locked up for a while, but her life shouldn't be in danger. Otherwise, wouldn't this matter be blown up? Aren't they afraid that I'll report this to Imperial Father?" Hearing his naive thoughts, Shui Rui smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, have you ever thought about how His Majesty would view you if you reported this to His Majesty?" Lu Tan's face turned cold. Yes, if Father Emperor knew that he couldn't even protect a single person and wanted to go to the palace to ask him to make a decision, he would definitely think that he was incompetent. Shui Rui continued. "Moreover, they picked this time to make a move against Miss Shui, so they surely have the intention of throwing our attention away. I'm only afraid that in the end, the person they uncover isn't the person we're looking for. Lu Tan was bewildered. What do you mean? Shift the blame to others. Shui Rui's eyes turned sharp. Lu Tan's heart sank. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said hoarsely, "What a good plan. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm destined to suffer this loss in silence." After revealing the crux of the matter, both of them were silent. Not long after, Lu Tan raised his head to look at Shui Rui. His eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of hope in his expression. "Brother Rui, do you have a plan?" Shui Rui glanced at him and sighed to himself that he was still a young man who had yet to experience hardships in the end, and he lightly tapped his knees with his fingers. His fingers tapped on his knee as he said, "Daozi is currently in the palace." At first, Lu Tan didn't understand and had a suspicious look on his face. Shui Rui could only clarify, Miss Shui is Daozi's junior sister from the same sect. Since she's been captured, Daozi is the most worried about her. Let him go and ask His Majesty to make a decision. That's the best. Lu Tan suddenly realized, yes, there's also Martial Uncle. Shui Rui nodded, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. Doesn't the mastermind want you to make a big deal out of it? You might as well follow his wishes. Lu Tan quickly understood what he meant. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "That's good. I'll take this opportunity to drag a few more people into the water. No one should think about watching the fire from the other side. Otherwise, they'll get used to stepping on me and look down on me." Shui Rui looked at him approvingly. As a prince, although his cousin had many shortcomings, he didn't lack intelligence and courage. In the future, it might not be impossible for him to get what he wanted. There's no time to lose. I'll go back to the palace now and discuss with Martial Uncle. Lu Tan stood up. Shui Rui reached out and stopped him. Wait, you can't go. There are many eyes and ears in the palace. It's better to wait for him to come out so as not to alert the enemy. Lu Tan anxiously said, then wouldn't my Shirgu and the others be in danger? It'll only be one night. Tomorrow, His Majesty will have morning court, and Daozi will come back. Shui Rui's worries weren't any less than his, but he was calmer. He knew that no matter how anxious he was, it would be useless. Shui Rui raised his hand to touch his chest. There was a treasure box there. The thing inside was something he asked his grandfather for last night. He originally wanted to lend it to Yu Shu to avoid this disaster. Who knew that he was a step too late and she was already in danger? Thinking of Yu Shu, Shui Rui's mood became restless again. He restrained himself from thinking about the worst and comforted himself. Her luck is very bad, but she's also very lucky. She's managed to escape several death traps, so there's no reason for her to die this time. But then he frowned and thought, when I save her and come back, I'll teach her a good lesson. If she continues to act tough, sooner or later she'll lose her life. ********************************************************************** Yu Shu didn't know how long she was tied up in the sack. On the way, the car stopped several times, but they didn't put them down. She had a splitting headache and didn't dare to fall asleep on the way. She was afraid that she would lose her life in her sleep and die without knowing why. The car stopped again. Yu Shu looked through the sack and squinted her eyes to see that it was dark outside. She heard someone whispering, "The goods are here, unload them. Put them in the cellar first. It's so smelly, you do it." Then there was a wave of shaking. She was carried up and walked a short distance. She heard the sound of a lock being unlocked and was thrown face down on the ground. The sack under her feet was opened. She heard the sound of a knife cutting, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. She thought that someone cut the sack open and let her out so that they wouldn't suffocate to death. Tie them up. Be careful that they wake up. There's no need. My drug is very strong. They will sleep until tomorrow. They won't wake up even if they beat the drum. I told you to tie them up. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry. Yushu secretly scolded them for being careful, but she still didn't dare to move. She was tied up by her arms, gagged and carried to a corner. Let's go. You guard outside. I'll go back and report. The footsteps left. It wasn't until the sound of a lock was heard that Yushu dared to open her eyes. She turned over and leaned her head against the wall. She looked around. Speaking of which, this was the second time she was kidnapped, including the time when she was captured by a group of wild Taoists in Yang City. She had experienced it once, so she didn't panic. She just thought about how to escape. She was in a cellar with a skylight above her. It was dark outside, it should be evening. There were some miscellaneous things piled up in the cellar. A few steps away from her, there was a person lying on the ground. She couldn't see it clearly, but she knew it was Shui Yun. Yushu moved closer to her, stretched out her foot, and kicked her leg. Shui Yun didn't move. Obviously, it was the effect of the knockout drug. With something in her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. Yushu twisted her body. Kim Bao, who had been hiding in her sleeve, squeezed out tremblingly. He tumbled on the ground and climbed out from behind her. Oh! Kim Bao stood on 2 feet, raised a pair of front paws, and tilted his head to look at Yushu. Perhaps he saw that his master was in a difficult situation. Yushu used the light to look at the blurry lump on the ground. Her heart skipped a beat. With great effort, she used the tip of her tongue to push against the lump of cloth in her mouth. She shook her head and spat it out. She took a few deep breaths and with her tongue hanging out, she whispered, Jinbao, Jinbao. Oh. I know you can understand people. If you can understand what I'm saying, then go back and find someone to save me. Once I escape, I'll build a nest for you with gold. Yushu used the tip of her foot to rub the fluffy ball, and coaxed it with uncertainty. But she was destined to be disappointed. Kim Bao listened to her words, but he just circled around her feet and did not leave. Obviously, he didn't understand Yushu's call for help. With a wry smile, Yushu secretly scolded herself for being silly and whimsical. Leaning against the wall to rest, Yushu slowly regained her strength. It was quiet all around. The darker it was, the more frightening it was. Just when she was about to fall asleep, Kim Bao suddenly called a few times. Yushu immediately woke up. Vaguely hearing footsteps outside, she quickly bowed her head, bit the cloth on the ground in her mouth, and moved to the original place to lie down. The person opened the door. Through her eyelids, Yushu saw the light in the cellar. Listening to the footsteps, 3 people came in, one more than before. Lord Bear, look, everyone is here. Rest assured, this subordinate is handling the matter. Ha! Why is there an extra person? Who is that? She is with the little fairy. This subordinate caught her in passing. I don't know which one it is. Do you want to identify her? Bring her over for me to see. In a few words, Yushu already understood. Her previous guess was right. This group of people really came for Shui Yun. Knowing that she was implicated by Shui Yun, Yushu felt complicated. Hearing someone approaching, she did not dare to breathe too loudly. She pretended to be dead and was picked up and carried to the light. Hiss, why is it her? Lord Bear, do you know this little girl? Yes, I've seen her. This person is. TSK, you two look after her. I have to go back and report to His Highness. Yes. Thus, Yushu was thrown back to the ground. She was bewildered. This Lord Bear's voice was unfamiliar to her, but he said he had seen her and said he would go back and report to His Highness. Could it be that His Highness they were talking about was also someone she knew? She only knew 3 Wang Ye in the capital. One was Xiang Wang, one was Jiao Wang, and one was Ning Wang. Who could it be? These 3 people stayed for a while and then left. Yu Shu opened her eyes in the darkness. She tossed and turned, thinking about the reason why Shui Yun was captured. Gradually, she figured out something. Shui Yun was captured most likely because she was in the limelight at the Double Suns meeting. According to this, that Wang Ye could only be one of the people who participated in the Double Suns meeting. If it was not Jiao Wang, then it was Ning Wang. Shui Yun's little life could be preserved. If the other party wanted to take her life, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to delay. But what about herself? If she heard something she shouldn't hear or see something she shouldn't see, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be silenced. Chapter 348. Yu Shu didn't wear much when she went out during the day. As soon as night fell, she felt so cold in this airtight cellar that she wanted to shiver. Yu Shu may have had a dull pain from hitting her head earlier, but she didn't fall asleep. Knowing that there were people guarding outside, she leaned against the wall and didn't dare to move. Instead, she tried to untie the rope behind her, but it became tighter and tighter. She almost strangled her neck, so she had to give up struggling. This night was extremely difficult. Yu Shu opened her eyes and looked at the small skylight above her head. She saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, and then there was a trace of white light. In the wee hours of the morning, when it was almost dawn, Jin Bao, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly called out again. Yu Shu shuddered and turned over to lie down in her original position. After a while, the door of the cellar was opened. From the sound of footsteps, it was still 3 people. Master Bear, it's almost dawn. What should we do with these 2 women? Has the master ordered? Go and bring that one over. There's no need to kill her. Just break the tendons of her hands and feet. Yu Shu heard them talking in a low voice. She was so shocked that her whole body stiffened. Before she could think about which tendons they were going to break, the sound of footsteps came, followed by the sound of a heavy object being dragged. It's Shui Yun. Yu Shu should have breathed a sigh of relief, but she only felt a chill. She thought that they wouldn't harm Shui Yun's life. Who would have thought that they would cripple her? Since Shui Yun was like this, how could she live in peace? Just when Yu Shu was scared, there was a quiet voice in the cellar. What about the other one? Do you want to kill her? His Highness ordered us to keep this woman alive. When she wakes up, she will go back to report. This saves us a lot of trouble. By the way, the amount of medicine you gave her is enough. There won't be any mistakes, right? It's not good to wake up too early. Don't worry, Master Bear. You see, they are sleeping like dead pigs. This medicine is enough for them to lie in bed until night. That's enough. Do it quickly. Let's get away before the sun rises. As soon as she heard that this group of people wanted to spare her life, Yu Shu didn't have time to feel lucky. She heard the sound of weapons being unsheathed. She knew that they were going to attack Shui Yun. Her already pale face turned even paler like wax paper. Her heart was in a dilemma. It's not that she didn't want to help, but in the current situation, if she made a sound now. If he tried to stop them, he would most likely be silenced, and Shui Yun might not be able to keep her life. Perhaps there was a sliver of hope that would make these people feel fear, allowing Shui Yun to escape this calamity. But the chances were slim. How could she gamble with her own life for the safety of others? If it was for Xiao Xiu and Zhao Hui, she could protect them with her life. But Shui Yun. She was Jing Chen's junior sister. Because of Jing Chen. As Yu Shu's heart wavered, she suddenly remembered the divination she had given before. Water disaster, water disaster. Did this water refer to Shui Yun, who had the word water in her name? If so, wasn't it a fatal disaster? One wrong thought, and she might lose her life because of this word water. As soon as this thought came to mind, Yu Shu's heart was alarmed. In a short moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth. She made up her mind and closed her eyes. She heard the sound of weapons being rubbed a few steps away. It was mixed with a few muffled groans, but she just turned a deaf ear to it. Until the tip of her nose smelled a faint smell of blood, her stomach rolled, and she almost vomited. It's done, Master Bear. Just leave her like this. When night falls, she will be useless. Well done. Check and don't leave anything behind. Don't lock the door of the cellar. Make it easier for her to break free when she wakes up, so that she can send a message and bring people here. When this is done, you can come with me to Prince Ning to receive the reward. Prince Ning Lu Hao. Yu Shu's heartbeat sped up. She never thought that she would be able to hear who the mastermind was. She tried to calm her breathing. When someone approached to untie her, she acted as if she was dead. She knew that if they found her awake now, even if she had 10 lives, she wouldn't be able to be silenced. But after a moment, Yu Shu's heart was in her throat, and she really wanted to faint. All right, it's almost dawn. Let's go. The footsteps gradually faded away, and the cold wind came in through the crack of the cellar door. Yu Shu shivered and silently counted 100 times in her heart. When she was sure that those people had really left, she took a deep breath and struggled to get up from the ground. She desperately pulled the ropes on her body and spat out the cloth in her mouth. With the help of the faint light, she tremblingly crawled to Shui Yun's side. Shui Yun. Yu Shu called her in a low voice while feeling her hands and feet. When she touched them, she felt that her hands were sticky, making her heart cold. That knockout drug was really powerful. She was injured like this, but Shui Yun didn't show any signs of waking up. Anyway, her godfather was a doctor. They usually chatted, so Yu Shu knew a little bit about the key to saving people. She forced herself to calm down, untied the sweat towel on her waist, and tore it into several pieces with her teeth. She searched for Shui Yun's wrists and ankles and tied them up tightly. This way, even if they didn't work, they could still buy time. Kim Bao came out from the crack of the wall and didn't dare to come close, shouting around her. After settling Shui Yun, Yu Shu sat on the ground and gasped for breath for a while. Because of dizziness, she reached out and hit her head a few times. She didn't dare to delay and wanted to quickly escape and ask for help. She grabbed Kim Bao with one hand and stuffed him into her arms. She climbed to the entrance of the cellar and opened the door. She turned her head to look at the limp figure on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she turned her head and climbed out. It was not that she didn't want to escape from this damn place with Shui Yun, but Shui Yun was in such a condition. The tendons of her hands and feet were broken and she was unconscious. If she moved here and there, she would only waste more time. When Yu Shu climbed out of the cellar, it was already dawn. She looked around at the strange environment and recognized the direction. Then she stumbled along the path to the west. It seemed to be the backyard of a rich family, but she didn't know why it was deserted. The road was overgrown with weeds and wild crows. Yu Shu calculated the direction of the life gate and the death gate. She successfully found a dilapidated back door and escaped. Shui Rui and Lu Ten waited for the news in the Forgotten Machine building for an entire night. Unfortunately, that group of people was very clean. They only managed to find a few clues, but they gave up halfway. Even until dawn, they still couldn't find out the whereabouts of Yu Shu and Shui Yun. When they guessed that Jing Qin had already left the palace, Shui Rui and Lu Tan hurried to the princess's residence on horseback. Around 7 a.m., the two were waiting anxiously in front of the front hall. Lu Tan couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't I wait for him outside the palace?" Shui Rui's face was gloomy. Obviously, he was losing his patience. Wait a little longer. After a while, they finally saw a figure striding from the direction of the gate. It was Jing Qin, who had just left the palace and returned to the mansion. He heard the urgent report from the gatekeeper. "Martial uncle." Lu Tan hurried to greet him. He didn't care about etiquette and dragged Jing Qin into the hall. He ordered the guards to guard outside and slammed the door. Jing Qin got up early in the morning. He looked at the morning stars on the way and felt something was wrong. Just now, he vaguely heard that someone was missing at the door. Now, seeing Lu Tan's flustered look, the first thing he thought was that something had happened to Shui Yun. What happened? Where is Shui Yun? Lu Tan had always been mature. At this moment, he couldn't help but show a bitter face. "Martial uncle, youngest martial aunt has been taken away." "What?" Jing Qin was shocked. He pressed on Lu Tan's left shoulder and asked in a low voice, "When did this happen? Who took her away? Tell me quickly." Shui Rui stood at the side and didn't interrupt. Lu Tan was ashamed and angry. He said, "This is all my fault. Youngest martial aunt went with me to the Twin Sun Society and ruined the limelight of my brothers. They must have been dissatisfied because of this, so someone took advantage of her going out yesterday to take her away. Now we don't know if she is alive or dead. Shu was taken away with her." Shui Rui said with a cold face. It was understandable that Lu Tan didn't care about Yu Shu, but Jing Qin couldn't be indifferent to Yu Shu's danger. He clearly saw how much Yu Shu cared for Jing Qin. Even if he couldn't get what he wanted, he couldn't tolerate others not cherishing this feeling. As expected, Jing Qin's complexion greatly changed. Now that he knew that two important women were in danger, he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't pursue the matter of Lu Tan telling him a night late. He immediately turned around to leave. "Martial uncle, where are you going?" "I'm going to the palace to report to His Majesty. Since it was His Highness who took action, then let them release her." It wasn't that Jing Qin was very scheming, but he was naturally quick-witted. That was why he could think of the key point so quickly and find a countermeasure. "Wait," Shui Rui reached out to stop Jing Qin. He wasn't in a hurry to let him leave. He said, "If Daozi intends to enter the palace like this, do you know how to speak in front of His Majesty? If you say the wrong thing, I'm afraid you won't be able to save them, but will harm them instead." This was also the reason why Shui Rui let Lu Tan delay for one night and wait for Jing Qin to return to the Fu this morning before making plans. He already had a candidate in mind regarding who was the mastermind this time. Since he knew the other party's methods, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't consider the two women. He was afraid that someone would hear the news and act in desperation, causing their lives to be in vain. He had guessed that the other party had plans to frame them, so he gave them one night's time to make arrangements to maximize the possibility of saving their lives. Jing Qin stopped and turned his head to look at Shui Rui. He frowned and said, "Then what do you say we should do?" Shui Rui looked at the clock on the table not far away and calculated in his heart. He said, "It's only past the hour of the morning and the officials have just started court. Today's court session will end in 2 hours. A few of the adult imperial princes are present. Perhaps the mastermind is among them. Daozi has the waist token and can freely enter and exit the front court. I will rush with you to the Hall of Tai Brilliance to meet His Majesty in court and tell the whole story. Does Daozi dare to barge in with me?" To barge into the morning court session, one mistake would enrage the imperial countenance. Shui Rui originally didn't want to appear, but when the words came to his mouth, they became companions. Why wouldn't I dare? Someone, prepare the horse. Jing Chen turned and walked away in quick steps. Shui Rui turned his head and exchanged a look with Lu Tan. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, stay here. There's no need to wait for us. If there's any news, send someone to look for them as soon as possible. Don't delay. In front of His Majesty, I will handle it properly. Lu Tan thought that Shui Rui's actions were planned for him. He felt very grateful and nodded his head. He sent them to the door and watched them leave quickly. Not long after they left, on the south street, in the morning mist, a thin figure was holding on to the top of the wall and hobbling towards the door of the Princess Fu. Chapter 349. Let's not talk about how Jing Chen and Shui Rui entered the palace to disturb the court. After Yushu escaped from the cellar, she found herself in the north of the city. The first thing she thought of was to go to the princess mansion to ask for help. In the early morning, not even a covered carriage could be seen on the street. Her clothes were messy and her hands and feet were bloody. She had scruples and did not dare to walk on the main road. She could only rely on her 2 legs to run and stop. She found her way to the door of the princess mansion and collapsed in front of the steps. She took out the jade linglong that Jing Chen gave her a few days ago and threw it to the guard who came forward to drive her away. Quick, take me to see your young master. Several guards outside the princess mansion looked at each other. No wonder they did not recognize Jing Chen's token. In fact, they were the people that Lu Tan transferred from the guest house. Those from the princess mansion had already been sent out to look for her. Fortunately, there was someone who understood. He picked up the jade linglong and asked the others to look after Yushu. Then he turned around and went inside to report to Lu Tan. Lu Tan was walking back and forth in the living room. One moment he was worried about Shui Yun's safety, the next moment he was worried about whether Shui Rui and Jing Chen's entry into the palace was smooth or not. Suddenly, he heard the guard outside reporting that a girl in a sorry state with bloodstains was lying outside the door. She was asking to see Daozi. He was shocked and immediately took the jade linglong in front of him. Seeing that it was a pass from the princess mansion, he already had an 80% guess about the girl's identity. He was about to walk out. When he crossed the threshold, he saw the same thing in the east. His eyelids twitched and his footsteps also slowed down. Did you see the girl's appearance clearly? Lu Tan held the jade linglong and asked the guard who came to report in a deep voice. The guard gave a rough description of Yushu's appearance. Lu Tan had seen Yushu before. Now he confirmed who it was. His expression became complicated. He looked up at the rising sun outside the wall and his eyes became deep for a moment. Bring her here. The guard hurriedly took the order and ran out. Yushu only had one breakfast yesterday. First, she knocked her head heavily when she ran away with Shui Yun in the tea house. Then, she was tied in a sack and bounced all the way. Then, she was frozen in the cellar for a night. Her lips were blue from the cold and her body could not bear it. It was already his limit to run all the way to the princess residence. He didn't even have the strength to say a word. He lay on the steps, coughing and panting. She allowed the 2 guards to step forward, one on the left and one on the right, to lift her up and bring her to the living room. You. Lu Tan walked quickly and tentatively called out. Yushu raised her head in a daze. When she saw the man's face, she thought of Shui Yun, who was still in the cellar. She felt as if her brain had been pricked by a needle. Prince, use you, ling 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 ling, you, Lu Tian ling, you, and ling, you, s, you, and ling, you, and you, Where is she? Ahem, she's here. I'll take you. Yushu didn't finish her sentence. Yushu's body suddenly stiffened. She felt a numbness in her shoulders and head, and then she lost consciousness. Before she fainted, she heard someone shouting in panic. Miss you, miss you. Lu Tan squatted down to support Yushu, who had fainted. His eyes were red from staying up all night. He glared at the two bodyguards who were at a loss as to what to do. Quickly go and get the doctor. Yes. While Yushu was unconscious, Shui Rui and Jing Chen had just entered the front court of the Imperial Palace with a token. Jing Chen led the way. No one stopped them until they were outside the Hall of Imperial Brilliance. They were stopped by the cold-faced Imperial guards and ordered to retreat. Jing Chen ignored them and said that he wanted to see the Emperor. In addition, Shui Rui deliberately raised his voice, so many of the officials in the hall heard the noise outside. After some twists and turns, the Emperor summoned them into the hall. When he saw that the one leading the way was his nephew, the coldness on his face dissipated. He still looked displeased, but he allowed them to speak. Jing Chen wasn't good with words. As soon as he opened his mouth, he pointed out that one of the princes had kidnapped Shui Yun yesterday and wanted them to release her. Shui Rui added on from the side and explained everything. He included how he happened to pass by the princess's residence yesterday and saw the Imperial guards looking for Shui Yun in a hurry. He didn't reveal anything. One was his nephew, and the other was his nephew. The Emperor believed 70 to 80% of their words. How could this be? The Yin dynasty had respected Taoism for 300 years. Mount Longhu was the holy land of Taoism. The Tai sect was flourishing. The daughter of a Jinren was kidnapped by his son under the emperor's nose. Wouldn't the imperial court lose face if it was spread out? The emperor was furious. He glared at his sons and secretly scolded them for being disappointing. They didn't want to lose their family's shame in the imperial court, but they couldn't get out of it. In order to prevent the officials from talking about it, he could only scold them and ask questions. The princes were listening to the emperor's teachings in the morning court. Suddenly, they were criticized by Jing Chen in public. One by one, they walked out from the left side of the officials with red faces and cut their fists to defend themselves. But how could this matter be explained clearly with just a few words? Jing Chen insisted that they were the ones who captured the people, and Shui Rui interjected with a few words at the right time. In the end, for some unknown reason, the emperor gave the order to send people to search the courtyards in the princes' residences. With a casual point of his finger, this task fell onto Shui Rui's head. The princes who thought they were innocent were already anxious. Which mansion didn't have some secrets? How could they just ask people to search so openly? However, the emperor's words were like gold and jade. The imperial edict had been issued. Who dared to disobey it? Even though the officials in the imperial court wanted to persuade them, they were afraid of getting into trouble. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to do so. As a result, the unlucky princes were left in the Hall of Tai Brilliance, waiting for people to come to their courtyards. Lu Haojing was among them. Compared to his other brothers, he was much more indignant and wronged after being suspected by the emperor. However, when his gaze swept past Shui Rui and Jing Chen, a trace of coldness unconsciously flashed past his eyes. He had not expected that these two people would make a ruckus until the morning court session, and it disrupted his original plans. Fortunately, he had already made arrangements. This time, one of them had to be implicated. Shui Rui didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He came without an announcement and intruded into the morning court. He had come with the intention of getting beaten. Who knew that the emperor didn't even scold him? Instead, he said everything and went along with Jing Chen. A trace of suspicion was buried in Shui Rui's heart, but he didn't think too much about it. He glanced at his grandfather, who was standing at the head of the officials, from afar. Seeing that the old man was looking straight ahead and was standing with his head lowered, Shui secretly muttered that he would be reprimanded after this. He knelt down to accept the imperial edict and pulled Jing Chen away. Shui and Jing Chen's trip to the imperial palace took almost 2 hours. By the time they received the imperial edict and returned to the princess's residence, the sun had already risen. Lu Tan was anxiously waiting in the front courtyard. As soon as he saw them return, he didn't have time to ask if their trip had gone smoothly. Instead, he said with a terrible expression on his face, "Miss Yu just came back. She's unconscious, so we couldn't ask where Junior Marshal Ant is being held." "Where is she now?" Shui and Jing Chen asked in unison. "She's in the back wing." "The doctor is." Jing Chen didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He stuffed the imperial edict into Lu Tan's hands and quickly ran to the back courtyard. Lu Tan held the imperial edict in his hand and lowered his head in a daze. Then, he heard Shui ask in a deep voice, "Your Imperial Highness, did my sworn sister get hurt?" Lu Tan came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. She didn't get hurt. She was just too shocked and fainted from exhaustion. However, there was blood on her body. "I'm afraid that it was Junior Marshal Ant's." When Shui heard that Yu Shu was fine, he finally felt relieved. As for Shui Yun, he didn't have the mind to care about it. He secretly sighed in relief and looked in the direction of the back courtyard. He didn't follow Jing Chen there. Instead, he thought about something else. His expression changed, and he pressed down on the imperial edict in Lu Tan's hand. In a low voice, he told him what had happened in the morning court. Lu Tan's eyebrows twitched as he listened. In the end, his voice changed in surprise. "Imperial father ordered you to search their residence?" Shui nodded. Lu Tan hesitated. "It's good if Miss Yu is awake. She can show you the way and save you the trouble of offending people. However, we don't know when she will wake up. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that Junior Marshal Ant will be in trouble." Shui saw that he was in a dilemma. He frowned and opened his mouth to persuade him. However, he suddenly remembered the advice of his grandfather, Shui Lingnan, so he didn't say anything and waited for him to make a decision. Lu Tan saw that Shui didn't want to answer. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and pushed the imperial edict forward. A touch of determination appeared between his eyebrows. "Thank you, cousin." Shui looked at the young man in front of him who seemed to have grown a few years older overnight. In his memory, there was always a quiet and clingy child beside imperial concubine consort. His vision became blurred. He gently pursed his lips and his eyes flashed. He took the edict in his hand and said softly, "I'll arrange it." "Your Highness, listen to me." Lu Tan looked at him gratefully. He didn't know why. Looking at Shui back as he left, the previous struggle and regret in his heart disappeared. Holding the imperial edict in his hand, Shui led a few groups of imperial guards to search from the prince's mansion in the north of the city. They searched the mansions one by one, and in addition to the clues they already had, they finally found Shui Yun in the cellar of a deserted mansion in the evening. And this mansion was under the name of the fourth prince, Jia Wang Lu Si. Shui sent people to carefully carry Shui Yun back to the princess's mansion. He turned around and reported to the palace. After the emperor heard this, he called Lu Si to the imperial study and smashed an inkstone on his head. Half of Lu Si's face was swollen. He was panic-stricken and didn't know what to do. He knelt down and cried out that he was wronged, but he was powerless to clear his name. In a rage, the emperor stripped him of his title and demoted him to a third-class duke. He ordered him to pack up and go to the Qianzhou in the south to reflect. At this point, the princes who had stood in the Hall of Tai Brilliance for a whole day were allowed to leave the palace and return to their mansions. After Shui Rui reported his orders, he brought along 2 imperial physicians and rushed back to the princess's mansion without stopping. He followed the servants to the wing room in the backyard to treat Shui Yun. On the way there, he inquired about Shui Yun and found out that Yushu was still unconscious. Yushu and Shui Yun were arranged to live in the same courtyard. There were 2 doors on the east and the west. At a glance, Shui Rui knew that the person lying in the room Lu Tan was guarding outside the door was Shui Yun. He glanced at the deserted room outside the door and hesitated for a moment. Then he went to Lu Tan and comforted him. Lu Tan's expression was gloomy. He smiled bitterly at Shui Rui and blamed himself. Martial uncle is inside to treat youngest martial aunt. He said that it would be difficult for her to walk for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Miss Yu stopped her bleeding. Otherwise, her hands and feet would have been crippled. Chapter 350. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Yushu woke up. She groaned and opened her eyes to see the dim yellow gauze curtain above her head. There was an unfamiliar fragrance in the quilt on her body, which made her realize that this was not her bedroom. Cough, cough. There was phlegm in her throat, so she couldn't help but cough. She wanted to sit up, but she vaguely heard a man's low voice outside the room. Then the door was pushed open, and a man ran to her and hung up the bed curtain. With the candlelight in the room, Yushu saw a young face. Yindo. In a daze, Yushu looked at her maidservant who shouldn't be here. She stretched out her hand for the maidservant to support her and put a pillow behind her back. Miss, you're awake. I'll pour you some water. Yundo's eyes were red. She tucked Yushu in the quilt and hurriedly picked up the soup and tea that was simmering on the stove. She held the cup and fed it to Yushu's mouth. Yushu felt that her mouth was dry, so she took a small sip and took a breath. She felt a slight pain in her head. Her eyes were dull for a while, and she said, "Where is this?" "Miss, we are in the princess mansion." Yundo answered carefully. The princess mansion. Yushu suddenly looked over and sat up straight. She looked at the hazy night outside the window and said with a pale face, "The 9th prince, Jing Qin, cough cough cough." Shui Yun, Yushu was too anxious to speak, so she coughed hard. She blushed and wanted to get out of bed. Yundo was shocked and didn't know whether to stop her or not. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. The tone was gentle, but it was clearly conveyed with a sense of comfort. "Shu, you don't have to panic. Miss Shui has been saved." "Big brother?" Yushu asked uncertainly, looking at the swaying figure on the door. "Yes, it's me." Yushu seemed to be emptied. She lay back down, panting, and closed her eyes. He asked softly, "How is she?" Standing behind the door, Shui Rui can almost imagine Yushu's hesitation at the moment. After a moment of hesitation, he avoided the topic and dwelled on the trivial. "There are Daozi and imperial physicians taking care of Miss Shui, so you don't need to worry about her. You should take care of yourself first. Lie down for a while, I'll call the doctor over." There was no sound in the room. Shui Rui paused for a moment. As he had been standing there for too long, his legs were a little numb. He had to take a few slow steps before his qi and blood flowed smoothly. Yundo stood at the head of the bed and timidly looked at Yushu's sallow complexion. She timidly said, "Miss went out yesterday and didn't come back. Master and Madam were worried. It was Mr. Shui who sent a letter last night. I hid it from Furen and told Master that you lost your footing and fell into the river. Today, I brought this servant over to take care of you." Master originally wanted to follow, but he was persuaded by Mr. Shui. Yushu was not surprised that Shui Rui would come forward to help her lie. After all, the matter of her and Shui Yun being taken away had a lot of implications. How could it be spread around? Moreover, from Shui Rui's tone, Shui Yun's situation didn't seem to be good. Yushu pressed her throbbing forehead. There was something hidden in her heart, but she didn't know who to tell or bury it in her heart. Not long after Shui Rui left, he came back with an old doctor. There were 2 imperial physicians in the princess mansion now, but they didn't dare to leave Shui Yun's side. Moreover, they came from the palace, so they didn't know how many eyes and ears there were. Shui Rui was careful and didn't want Yushu to be exposed. So, he would rather the imperial physicians be busy. This old physician was invited over by Shui Rui from the inner courtyard of the minister's estate. Normally, he would treat the young masters and young ladies of the Shui residence to treat their headaches and fevers. He didn't have any false title, and his medical skills were pretty good. When they were not in their own house, men and women should observe etiquette. Yun Do had been taught by Zhao Hui, so before anyone came in, she covered Yushu's body with the quilt inside and outside, only revealing a thin wrist. She put down the gauze curtain, and her face could be seen clearly. Shui Rui was worried, so he followed them into the room. He stood by the side of the screen and waited for the old doctor to make his diagnosis. During this period of time, his gaze fell onto the corner of the bed. When he saw the 2 deep bruises on Yushu's skinny forearm that had distinct muscles and bones, his expression turned ugly. Even the sympathy he felt for Miss Shui, who was heavily injured and unconscious in the other room, had lessened. In his view, this time, Yushu really suffered an undeserved disaster and was implicated by others. If it wasn't for Shui Yun running to find her, she wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. Yushu absent-mindedly replied a few words to the doctor, asking where she felt unwell. She only said that she had a headache. The old doctor didn't mind. After observing her pulse, he and Shui Rui went outside to talk. Eldest young master, this young lady's pulse is restless. Her liver is not strong enough, and she has signs of exhaustion. The prescription should be to calm the nerves, and also to stimulate fluid and moisten the lungs. After a few days of rest and sweating, she will be fine. The old doctor was old, and his prescriptions were more reliable. If it wasn't a serious illness, there would usually be 2 or 3 prescriptions. After Shui Rui asked for a clear answer, he ordered someone to send him back to the residence, and then arranged for someone to get the medicine. When he returned to the room, he saw Yushu's servant girl carrying a bowl of porridge out and bowing to him in an awkward manner. Shui Rui saw that there was still less than half of the porridge left in the bowl. He slightly frowned and waved his hand for her to send it down. He walked to the bedroom and stood outside for a while. Listening to the coughing inside, he turned and retreated to the chair in the central room and sat down. Even if he had something to ask Yushu, he didn't want to do it at this time. He would wait until she felt better tomorrow. After a night of silence, Yushu thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep. Who would have thought that after drinking the medicine in the middle of the night, when she woke up again, it was already bright outside. Yun Do slept on the short bed under the window. When she heard Yushu coughing, she immediately got up and put on her clothes. At Yushu's request, she poured the warm water on the stove, wiped her face, and washed her hands and feet before going out to get breakfast. Yushu hugged the quilt and lay on her side. She stared at the wisteria incense burner on the tea table not far away. She heard someone outside the door asking, "Shu, are you awake?" It was Shui Rui. Why didn't he go back last night? Yushu was puzzled. Half a beat later, she answered, "Yes, I'm awake." She couldn't see Shui Rui's slightly haggard appearance outside the door. She only heard his refreshing voice, "Are you better? I heard that you are still coughing. After breakfast, drink the medicine." Yushu hesitated and said, "I'm much better." What about Miss Shui? This was the second time that Yu Shu asked about Shui Yun when she woke up in the middle of the night. Shui Rui thought that even if he hid it from her, she would know sooner or later. So, he tactfully told her about Shui Yun's situation. She injured the vital parts of her hands and feet. Daozi and the imperial doctors tried their best to save her limbs. Finally, they saved her limbs and she will recover in the future. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to walk again. Yu Shu's lungs were blocked. When she heard him say this, her face quickly turned blue. She didn't blame herself at all. That was impossible. She vaguely remembered that yesterday morning, she ran out of the cellar and rushed to the princess mansion to ask for help. When she saw Lu Tan, she wanted to lead the way back to save her. Who knew that she didn't live up to her expectations and fainted until the night? Although she didn't know how Shui Yun was rescued. But it was obvious that they were late. It was hard for Yu Shu not to guess that Shui Yun's treatment was delayed because of this, which resulted in her crippled legs. She had no enmity with Shui Yun in the past. Not counting the quarrel in the tea house, there was no grudge at all. Seeing such a young and intelligent girl end up like this, she couldn't help but feel pity. She couldn't help but feel pity. Thinking of Jing Chen's love for his little martial sister, she faintly didn't know how to face him in the future. Shu. Shui Rui called Yu Shu a few times outside the door. She came back to her senses. While thinking, she asked, "How did you find Miss Shui?" Shui Rui knew that she would ask, so he didn't hide it. "After you were drugged and taken away in the tea house, His Highness Zhou and I looked around. We guessed that someone was targeting Miss Shui. So, the next morning, Dozi came back from the palace and went to the palace to ask the emperor to make a decision. The emperor ordered us to take people to search the prince's mansions. Finally, we found Miss Shui in King Jia's guest house." King Jia. Yu Shu was bewildered. At that time, she clearly heard that group of people say that their master was Lu Hao of Ningguang. Could it be that there was something fishy about this? So, King Jia sent people to capture us. And Shui Rui's voice came from the other side of the door, slightly flat. They did investigate King Jia. In a rage, the emperor removed the title of the fourth prince and banished him from the capital to reflect. No, it wasn't King Jia. Yu Shu opened her mouth, wanting to tell Shui Rui what she had heard in the cellar when she pretended to be unconscious. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she suddenly became alert and swallowed them back. No, she couldn't say it. Things had gotten to this point. A Wang Yi had been used as a scapegoat. With just a few words from her and no evidence, how could she hope to uncover the true culprit? If she said it, at most, she would bring trouble to herself. Wasn't there enough trouble on her body? Yu Shu's mind settled and she tried her best to ignore the guilt she felt towards Shui Yun. She made up her mind to bury what had happened that night in the cellar in the back of her mind and never mention it to a second person. At the same time, she felt a wave of resentment towards Lu Hao of Ningguang whom she had met several times. She blamed him for being cunning and ruthless, making her become a villain for nothing. Shui Rui heard that there was no sound in the room and was afraid that Yu Shu's imagination would run wild. He was pondering how to open his mouth to comfort her when he heard Yu Shu plead, "Ji, I want to go home. Can you send me back?" Shui Rui had the intention of sending her back earlier. She just happened to bring it up, so he said, "And Her Highness is still in the Princess Fu. I will go say goodbye for you. After you drink your medicine, I will send you back." Yu Shu was afraid that someone would detain her and not let her go. With Shui Rui's guarantee, she felt at ease. When Shui Rui went to find Lu Tan hadn't slept a wink last night. He had a tired expression on his face. When he heard that Shui Rui wanted to send Yu Shu away, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, there's no harm in keeping Miss Yu here for another half a day. I still have something to ask her. Since Shui Rui had opened his mouth, he didn't have the slightest intention of keeping her, so he said, I've already asked. She was the same as Miss Shui. She was drugged and taken away. She didn't know anything. She only woke up a little earlier, so she ran back to ask for help. I won't be able to get anything out of her. Shui Rui deliberately hid the fact that Yu Shu wasn't drugged from everyone else. It was because he didn't want others to target her. He didn't intend to explain it even to Lu Tan. Lu Tan didn't doubt Shui Rui's words. He thought that Yu Shu, a woman, wouldn't be of much use, so he nodded and agreed to let him take his people away. Chapter 351. After Yu Shu returned home, she lay in bed for 2 days. During this period, Shui Rui and Jing Chen sent people to greet her and brought many high-quality medicinal materials, but they didn't show up in person. Zhao Hui thought that Yu Shu fell into the water, and her face turned pale with fear. He Fengji diagnosed that there was something wrong with her symptoms, but he didn't expose her. He read the prescription given by the old doctor of the Shui mansion, so he added 2 more ingredients and made her drink 3 bowls a day. He watched Yu Shu drink the medicine. When her complexion improved, he inevitably reprimanded her like a father. Yu Shu knew that she had survived this disaster, so she was much more relaxed than before. It was worth mentioning that the 2 copies of Chaotic Sky Divination that Shui Yun gave her in the tea house that day were not lost during the binding. They were firmly in her arms and she brought them back. However, because of Shui Yun, Yu Shu was not in the mood to read them for the time being. She put them in the cabinet and locked them up, waiting to see Jing Chen. Kim Bao made another contribution this time. Although Yu Shu couldn't fulfill her promise to make a golden nest for it, she released the golden abacus given by Pei Jing for it to play with. The cut on Yu Xiaoxiu's head just healed a few days ago. He was supposed to go back to school, but Yu Shu happened to have an accident, so he refused to go to school. With Zhao Hui's consent, he stayed at home. During the day, he went to Yu Shu's room to read and write, leaving Bai Ran, who had been playing well recently, to the side. After all, there was no one dearest to him than this sister. Yu Shu's body was tough, and within a few days, her illness was gone. Only her head would hurt from time to time. He Fengji found a fist-sized lump on the back of her head, and with a straight face, she placed a needle on her head. She didn't say anything else. The next day, Zhao Hui asked Yun Do to put a thick gray rabbit fur hat on her head. She wasn't allowed to take it off at any other time except when she was sleeping. She wasn't even allowed to tie her hair up. Yu Shu felt guilty and didn't dare to ask more. She just wore the funny 4-cornered hat and let her hair down. However, He Fengji, the ancient brain expert, was there. She was very relieved. On the 5th day after the accident, Yu Shu finally saw Jing Chen. In the reception hall, Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen, who was sitting across from her, with complicated emotions. It was not difficult to see that he looked tired, and it was unknown how many days he had not slept well. Are you feeling better? Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu. Although his eyes were as caring as before, there was a lack of intimacy in them. Unknowingly, there was a lack of intimacy in them. Yu Shu smiled bitterly in her heart. It was hard for him to still remember her at this time. She said, I'm fine. How is your junior sister now? If it was possible, Yu Shu didn't want to mention Shui Yun in front of Jing Chen. But between the 2 of them, it seemed that they couldn't avoid this topic. It was better for her to mention it openly so that it would be less awkward. Jing Chen's face darkened. He shook his head and said, Shui Yun couldn't escape this disaster. Her legs were crippled. Yu Shu was silent for a moment. She felt a little reluctant to say it. She was a sentimental person. She couldn't be more honest with Jing Qin, who was her best friend. She was too pitiful. Actually, Miss Shui's situation is all my fault. It was a delay. That day when I went to the princess mansion to ask for help, if I could have held on for a quarter of an hour and brought people to find her earlier, maybe you could have saved her in time. She wouldn't have been crippled. I'm sorry. Yushu's apology came out. The breath that had been stuck in his lungs for many days. Finally, she vomited it all out. She thought that Shui Yun's danger had nothing to do with her. But the fact was that she had escaped unscathed, while Shui Yun had become a cripple. No matter what, this couldn't be justified. Even she couldn't help blaming herself, let alone others. To Yushu's relief, Jing Qin didn't show any resentment after listening to her apology. Instead, he said very sensibly, "It's not your fault. Shui Yun should have had this disaster. People who practice Taoism have a strong moral nature. They won't lose their will because of this. Shui Yun is fine." But she felt sorry for implicating you and her. Yesterday, when she woke up, she asked me about you and asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. Hearing that Shui Yun experienced such a disaster and could get over it so quickly, Yushu was both surprised and impressed. She said, "If it's convenient, can I go to the princess mansion to visit her tomorrow?" Who knew that Jing Qin also had the same idea? It's just right. Shui Yun also wants to see you, so she asked me to invite you. Yushu's eyes flickered. She thought that Shui Yun must have thought that she would mind her aggressiveness in the tea house that day, so she asked Jing Qin to come in person. It seemed that Jing Qin didn't know what they talked about in the tea house that day. Nodding, Yushu also didn't intend to tell Jing Qin about the conversation that day. Instead, she told him another thing. "A few days ago, Miss Shui sent me the astrolabe you mentioned, as well as the 2 copies of Astrolabe Divination that you copied." Jing Qin said, "You can take a look at the copy first. It's best to memorize it from the beginning. As for the astrolabe, I'll have time to teach you how to recognize it after this period of time when Shui Yun's injury gets better." "All right." Yushu comforted him in a gentle voice. "Miss Shui has no relatives in Anling City. You are the only senior brother she can trust. Even if she is sad and depressed, she can only talk to you. You should accompany her more these days so that you can enlighten her at any time. I'll visit her tomorrow morning. I have nothing else to do here. You can go back first." Yushu tactfully asked him to leave. Regardless of whether Jing Qin had anything else to say, she got up to send him off. And because Jing Qin was concerned about Shui Yun's situation, he didn't notice that Yushu was more or less alienated. "Oh, right." Yushu sent him to the door. Then she remembered and said, "I don't need the treasures you lent me last time. You can take them back." Jing Qin said, "You keep them. Those worldly possessions are useless to me." Yushu smiled faintly. "Then don't leave them here. I'm afraid that thieves will remember them. Wait here. I'll go get them." After that, she didn't let him refuse again. She called Yundo to the bedroom in the backyard. She found the Guanyin statue, the Bixia sword, and the literary star scroll. She let the guards take them and carry them to the carriage. "Then I'll wait for you tomorrow." Yushu stood at the door and watched as the carriage of the princess's residence turned around. She didn't wait for it to go far before she turned around and entered the courtyard. Her eyes, which were usually full of spirit, were now covered with a layer of gloominess. Since when did she not feel happy when she saw him? Coincidentally, Yushu and Jing Qin made an appointment to go to the princess residence to visit Shui Yun the next day. When they went out in the morning, they met Shui Rui, who came down from the carriage. "Hey! Why are you here? Are you done with your work?" Yushu was a little surprised. Shui Rui sent Lao Chui to send her some herbs the day before yesterday. The letter said that he was busy recently, so he couldn't come to see her. He asked her to take care of him. Shui Rui first looked at her complexion. Seeing that her complexion was rosy, he smiled and said, "Not yet. I'm just passing by here. So I came to see you." As he spoke, he carefully looked at Yushu again. He saw that her long hair was hanging softly at the back of her head, and she was wearing a gray fur hat that covered her entire forehead. Her bangs were black and tidy. Only a pair of almond-shaped eyes could be seen. She looked like a naive mole. Although she looked a little ridiculous, she was so cute that she looked a lot younger. He raised his hand and pressed on the brim of her hat. He said intimately, "Why did you come out like this?" Yushu also knew that her image was not good. She awkwardly stroked her hair and muttered, "There is a bump on the back of my head. Godfather said that I can't be exposed to the wind. He didn't let me pull my hair, so I wore a hat." "You knocked your head." Shui Rui frowned, "Is it okay?" Yushu shook her head. "Then, why don't you rest at home? Where are you going?" Shui Rui saw that she wanted to go out, so he disagreed. "Oh, I'm going to the princess residence to visit Miss Shui." Shui Rui said, "Then, I'll send you." Yushu waved her hand. She didn't want to bother him. "Don't you have something to do?" "Go ahead. I'll go to the street ahead and hire a sedan chair. It's only a few steps." Shui Rui looked at her and said, "Then, you're going to visit him empty-handed?" Yushu was speechless. She had really forgotten to bring some stuff for the accompaniment. "Let's go. We'll go to Wangjilu first. We'll see if there are any fresh fruits and snacks. Other princess residences have them." Shui Rui turned around and boarded the carriage. He lifted the curtain and waved to Yushu. Yushu hesitated for a moment. She had no choice but to follow and boarded the carriage. The carriage started moving, and Shui Rui talked about a serious matter with Yushu. "I've already found out some information about that Chu Hai. I'll look for you again when I have definite information in these 2 days." Yushu just remembered that there was a fugitive locked up in the courtyard of Huixin Street. She said in annoyance, "I almost forgot about him. I haven't seen him for a few days. Don't let him escape." Shui Rui laughed, "Don't worry. I've gone to see him. He's still there. He's still fine." Yushu didn't hesitate to look at Shui Rui and praised, "Big brother is really reliable. With your help, it saved me a lot of trouble." Who would have thought that when Shui Rui heard what she said, an ashamed expression appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "How could that be? If I had repeatedly told you to wait for me at home that day, you wouldn't have gone out with them. You would have been captured and suffered a fright." It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shui Rui was shocked. He knew very well who were the most ruthless people in the capital city. Yushu was able to return unscathed from a certain someone's hands. It could be said that she was very lucky. Seeing that he couldn't blame himself, Yushu hurriedly said, "What does this have to do with you? Didn't I tell you earlier? I predicted that I would be in trouble on that day. In the end, I still got into trouble. I can only blame myself for being careless." Only now did Shui Rui raise his eyes, and he followed along with her intentions, and he glanced at her with a reproachful gaze as he said, "Then tell me, you clearly knew that it was dangerous, yet why didn't you obediently stay at home? Why did you run to the tea house in the busy city with Miss Shui that day?" With this sentence, he finally got to the point. Yushu was speechless. She couldn't help but dodge his eyes. She stammered, "It's a girl's private matter. It's not convenient to tell you." Shui Rui secretly narrowed his eyes and cooperated, "It's fine if it's not convenient to say. But you must be careful next time. Don't make me anxious again. Yushu pretended to smile and said, okay. When he saw Yushu's reaction, the bewilderment in Shui Rui's heart grew even greater. His intuition told him that Shui Yun surely had something important to tell Yushu when she went to look for her that day, and it was related to Jing Qin. Otherwise, how could she have coaxed Yushu out of her nest? Chapter 352. Shui Rui sent Yushu to the princess residence after wrapping a few drawers of exquisite flowers in Wang Ji Tower. There were already servants waiting at the door. Shui Rui sat in the carriage and did not get out. He only let Lao Chui leave after he saw Yushu being led into the door. After visiting the princess's mansion again, Yushu was no longer in the mood to covet the row of royal court wood planted horizontally in the front yard. She followed the servants through the garden corridor and came to an independent hexagonal embroidery building in the backyard. There was a pair of graceful maids standing at the door. The one on the left bowed to Yushu and said, "You must be Miss Yu. Please come in with me. Young master is waiting upstairs." Yushu nodded and followed them through two purple cloud cabinets. This embroidery building was decorated very elegantly. Obviously, it was specially built for a beautiful woman. She guessed that it was the favorite residence of the late Princess Royal Liue. Even the calligraphy on the wall had an ancient charm. It was a pity that Yushu didn't know how to appraise, so she passed by without paying much attention. "Young master, Miss Yu is here." On the second floor, the maid stopped at the door of the bedroom to report. Hearing the response from inside, she rolled up the curtain and invited Yushu to come in. When Yushu came in, Jing Chen had just fed Shui Yun medicine. He turned around with a porcelain bowl in his hand, revealing a pale girl lying on the bed. Her red and swollen eyelids were slightly closed, and she seemed to be asleep. Yushu stood at the door and hesitated. She was afraid of waking up Shui Yun. "Come in, she is not asleep." Jing Chen saw Yushu and signaled her to come in. "Okay." In the end, Yushu still walked in and stopped 4 or 5 steps away from the foot of the bed. As soon as she stopped, Shui Yun opened her eyelids without warning and met Yushu's eyes. She blinked and revealed a weak smile. "You're here." Yushu felt strange seeing her like this. Yesterday, she heard from Jing Chen that Shui Yun was not worried. She thought that this little girl was pretending to be strong. Now that he saw her, she didn't seem to be complaining at all. In her previous life, she took care of Yulei, whose legs were paralyzed. She had seen her younger brother's depressed and suicidal side. How could she be like Shui Yun, who calmed down in just a few days? "Senior Marshal brother. I'm in better spirits today. It's rare for Miss Yu to visit me, so I want to talk to her. You've been busy since morning and haven't had breakfast yet. You should go now." Shui Yun gently sent Jing Chen away. Yushu understood that she had something to say to her in private, so she said to Jing Chen, "I will accompany you here. You should go and eat something." Jing Chen nodded at Yushu and took the bowl of medicine downstairs. Now, there were only Yushu and Shui Yun in the large bedroom. The door was separated by a screen, so the maidservants guarding outside the door couldn't hear their conversation unless they pressed their ears against the door. However, the servants of the princess's residence were all carefully selected from the imperial palace, so they wouldn't be so unruly. "Sit." There was an armchair next to the bed. Shui Yun motioned for Yushu to sit down. She slightly twisted her neck and faced her. Her eyes swept over her face. Suddenly, there was a bit of apology in her eyes. "I implicated you." Yushu didn't know how to respond. She was indeed implicated, but compared to Shui Yun's fate, what else could she complain about? Shaking her head, Yushu could only say, I came today to apologize to you. That day, I escaped first. Originally, I went to the princess's residence to find someone to save you. Who knew that I would faint and couldn't save you in time? I'm really sorry. After hearing Yushu's blame, Shu Yun didn't blame her. Instead, she looked at her meaningfully and faintly said, "There's no need for you to feel guilty. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape this time. How could I have kept my life?" There was a hidden meaning in her words. Yushu cleverly heard that there was something wrong. When she saw the lucky expression on Shu Yun's face, she immediately became suspicious. "Does Miss Yu know that it's a tribulation?" Shu Yun asked inexplicably. Without waiting for Yushu to speak, she muttered to herself, "The so-called tribulation is a great disaster. The so-called number is a fixed number. It means that it's hard to escape a great disaster. It's not easy for us Taoist disciples to cultivate. We know that there are 3 great tribulations in one's life. One is death, one is wealth, and one is sex. Only 1 in 1,000 people can escape these 3 great tribulations. If one is lucky enough to escape, then one's good fortune and longevity will increase by 1 level. After a great disaster, one will be fortunate. This time, I came down the mountain to experience the death tribulations." Yushu had heard about Shu Yun when she asked Jing Chen to borrow the yellow frost stone. Now that she mentioned it again, it seemed that there was a hidden story. "My father, Taoist Master Hua Yun, has been cultivating for 50 years. He studied the 3 great tribulations and was able to see through them. He predicted that Senior Marshal Brother and I would each have a tribulation. Even if there was an entanglement between us, Senior Marshal Brother's tribulation was the death tribulations. A few months ago, my father asked me to go down the mountain to find Senior Marshal Brother in order to break our tribulations. He said that if I could find the one related to the death tribulations in him, he would help me deal with the death tribulations." Speaking of this, Shu Yun looked at Yushu meaningfully. "I observed Senior Marshal Brother, and it wasn't difficult to find that he had a different opinion of you. I guessed that you were the key. So a few days ago, I felt that my great tribulation was coming, so I avoided Senior Marshal Brother and avoided getting involved with you. Sure enough, with a little trick, I transferred 3 parts of the tribulation to you. Only then did I save my life and escape one of the 3 tribulations. I, Shu Yun, would like to thank you." Shu Yun explained without hesitation. Yushu was suddenly enlightened. She knew that it wasn't an accident that she became a fish in the pond under the burning city gate. She had been plotted against long ago and was dragged out to be a scapegoat. This time, Yushu could no longer maintain her composure. She stared at Shu Yun with a cold gaze and said, "Dare I ask, Miss Shu, when you transferred your fate to me, did you ever think about what kind of fatal disaster you would bring upon me?" It turned out that her guess was right. The fatal disaster was caused by the word Shu in front of her. Fortunately, she didn't stand up for Shu Yun at that time. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. In the face of Yushu's accusation, Shu Yun's expression didn't change. She looked at Yushu calmly and said, "Don't be angry. I told you the truth. I didn't want to make you angry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Senior Marshal Brother to invite you here. Today, I'm trying to remedy it and show you a bright path." "A bright path?" Yushu smiled coldly. She wasn't in a hurry to turn hostile. She wanted to see what other tricks Shu Yun had up her sleeve. "Tell me, what bright path can you show me? I'm currently bedridden and can no longer accompany Marshal Nephew Zhongyun to the Double Sun Gathering." "Go in my place," Shu Yun said. "Go in her place to attend the Double Sun Gathering." When this thought appeared in Yushu's mind, her expression changed again. She narrowed her eyes and said, "You're afraid that I'll suffer one after another, so you want to add another one to my list?" Yushu more or less knew why Shui Yun had been arrested this time. It was because of the battle between the princes. Now, because of Shui Yun, Prince Jia had been demoted, and the mansions of several princes had been searched. Under such circumstances, wasn't it asking her to accompany Lu Tan to participate in the Double Suns gathering? Wasn't this asking her to be a target for people to poke at? Yushu was so angry that she almost laughed. She straightened her back and glared fiercely at Shui Yun. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice, "I have no enmity with you in the past, but you keep dragging me into danger. What is your intention?" Shui Yun sighed softly, and her chest heaved up and down. "You've misunderstood. I have no selfish motives in asking you to go to the Double Sun gathering. I just want to give you a fortuitous encounter." Now that it had come to this, how could Yushu still believe her words? She raised her hand to stop her from explaining and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Forgive me for not daring to accept young lady Shui's gift. I came here today because I want to ask you something." "Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know." Yushu said solemnly, "How many of the things you told me in the tea house about the secrets of Jing Chen's past were true?" Shui Yun was silent for a moment, and then she said faintly, "3 pure ones. If there's even half a word of falsehood, then let me suffer another calamity." Yushu frowned and stared at her for a while. She then stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Take care." With that, she clenched her fists and turned to walk out of the room filled with the strange smell of medicine. Yushu walked down the stairs with a heavy heart and saw Jing Qin, who had just returned from breakfast. "Xiaoyu, are you leaving just like that?" Yushu looked at the completely ignorant Jing Qin. She really wanted to tell him the truth about Shui Yun's scheme to deal with her tribulation, but what could she do even if she told him? Jing Qin couldn't drag her crippled junior sister out of bed to vent her anger on her behalf, right? She could see that the reason why Shui Yun dared to tell her the truth so openly was because she had no fear. She was sure that she would not say anything in front of Jing Qin. Because it would be useless even if she said anything. "Okay, I'm leaving. Then I'll see you off." Yushu suddenly felt tired. She hastily said a few words to Jing Qin and thanked him for seeing her off. She then left alone. Jing Qin went up to the second floor and returned to Shui Yun's side. He poured a cup of tea and fed it to her before asking, "What did you and Xiaoyu talk about just now?" She seemed to be in a hurry. Something didn't seem right. Shui Yun was helped to lie down by Jing Qin. She replied calmly, "I said it was a girl's business. Why did you still ask?" Jing Qin opened his mouth, but he saw that Shui Yun had closed her eyes tiredly. In the end, he did not ask further. Instead, he carefully covered her with the quilt and sat back on the chair beside the bed. He picked up the ancient book on the coffee table and flipped through it while watching her sleep. Yushu still felt angry until she walked out of the door of the princess's residence. She had been calculating and calculating, but in the end, she had suffered such a big loss. She could not find anyone to settle the score with. She had nowhere to vent her anger towards Shui Yun, so Yushu was also dissatisfied with Jing Qin. She turned her head and glared at the door of the princess's residence before leaving angrily. Chapter 353. When Yushu returned home from the princess residence, the first thing she did was to take out the 2 copies of Chaotic Sky Divination from the cabinet and read them while sitting in the light. With the Greater One Dao's unique technique in her hands, Yushu previously had an awkward thought of taking advantage of others, but after seeing Shui Yun today, she finally felt that she had no qualms about it. Celestial Divination was written by Taoist Master Hui Xian of Mount Longhu. This Taoist priest, who was well-read and knowledgeable about the past and present, was very organized when it came to writing. The first introduction systematically covered the content and thoughts of the entire work, and emphasized on his greatest understanding of the art of stargazing, heaven's perception. Taoist master Hui Xian believed that the heavenly Tao and the Tao of humanity were interlinked, they complemented each other and could sense each other. Heaven could interfere with human affairs, but humans could also sense the heavenly Tao. Yushu sat in front of the table for the whole afternoon and roughly skimmed through all the chapters and quotations. It was not difficult to find that the study of this strange technique could be divided into 4 stages. First, she had to learn to recognize the constellation palaces, then she had to understand the universal astrolabe in detail, then she had to use the astrolabe to draw, and finally she had to think of all kinds of ingenious ideas. When it came to astrology, Yushu had been enlightened by Taoist Qingjing in Yang City. It was not a problem for her to identify star palaces, but most of it was due to her ingenuity. She could not deduce too much information from the astrology. Therefore, in the face of the magnificent astral art, Yushu regarded herself as a beginner who had just started, and her attitude was quite positive. Since Yushu knew that it would be difficult to accomplish in one go, she planned to find time every day to memorize the contents of the handwritten notes. The next day was the 19th of February. The results of the 3rd subject of the Dian were released, which was the subject of astrology. Yushu did not refer to it, but she got up early in the morning to wait for the results to be released at the entrance of the Department of Taiching. She wanted to know how the Celestial Commissioner would make up for this mistake. However, what was unexpected was that the Celestial Commissioner actually posted a clean white list. In other words, there was no one who could pass the astrology exam this year. Such a notice was posted. The area in front of the Taiching department was immediately thrown into chaos. Disputes arose one after another, and the topic of the exam was leaked. The news spread like wildfire. Seeing this scene, Yushu thought to herself that the Celestial Commissioner was decisive. She did not try to cover up and did not lose her magnanimity. After leaving the Celestial Commissioner, Yushu went to Wangji Tower to check the accounts. She was busy until lunch before leaving. She finished her chores and returned home. Unexpectedly, a rare guest was waiting for her return. When Yushu saw the carriage parked in front of Zhao Hui's house, she knew that there was a guest. She quickened her steps and entered the door. When she saw Lu Tan's figure in the living room, she couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she hurriedly bowed and cupped her hands. "This commoner girl has offended you." "Greetings, Ninth Highness." Lu Tan sat there and raised his hand to help her up. "Miss you, you may rise." Only then did Yushu get up, pondering the purpose of Lu Tan's visit. She looked at him from head to toe, but didn't interrupt him. When Lu Tan saw Yushu's cautious appearance, he inwardly nodded. His expression softened as he said, "You don't have to be so formal. Sit." Yushu nodded and picked a chair not far from him. She had just sat down when Lu Tan's next words made her jump up again. "This lowly prince came here today to invite Miss to go with me to the Twin Suns gathering the next day. What do you think?" Yushu gritted her molars and cursed Shui Yun in her heart. Then, she pulled out a bitter face to deal with Lu Tan. "Your Highness is really flattering me. This kind of heavy responsibility is too much for me. This commoner girl is afraid that I can't do it and delay your official business for no reason. That would be a crime." Needless to say, Lu Tan must have been persuaded by Shui Yun to come find her. Seeing that Yushu refused without thinking, Lu Tan seemed to have expected this. He raised his eyebrows and calmly smiled at her, saying, "I won't let Miss work for nothing. If you are willing to be my guest until the end of this year's Twin Suns gathering, I will write a letter and recommend you to study at the Imperial Historian's Library." When she heard these words, Yushu's heart suddenly jumped. She looked up at Lu Tan in disbelief. Did she hear wrong? Did he just say that he would recommend her to study at the Imperial Historian's Library? Could these words be believed? That was the Imperial Historian's Library, which people from the north and south could not easily enter. Even if Lu Tan was a noble prince, he might not have a say in it. Seeing her doubt, Lu Tan was not angry. The corners of his mouth curled up as he explained, "Miss probably doesn't know. Every year when there is a Twin Suns gathering, the Great Tipping Point will allow the princes who attend a place to enter the Imperial Historian's Library." Yushu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was indescribably moved. She had originally hoped to perform smoothly in this year's Dian examination so that she could be chosen by the Celestial Commissioner and be sent to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. But she also knew that with only 3 subjects and one of them being unimportant, her hopes would most likely be dashed. Now that Lu Tan had presented this opportunity to her, she could not bear to reject it. However, there was no free lunch in this world. If she wanted to get this quota, she would have to go with Lu Tan to the Double Suns Association. Not to mention that she had to bear a layer of risk. Another problem that gave Yushu a headache was that she didn't know anything about the art of judging people. So, how could she sit on the Queen seat? Could it be that she had to go there to make up the number? I know that Miss has misgivings, so I won't force you to agree. How about this? Think about it. Tomorrow, I will send someone to hear your reply. Lu Tan still remembered that the relationship between Shui Rui and Yushu wasn't shallow, so he didn't seize the opportunity to bully her, nor did he put on a forceful attitude. He stood up after leaving these words behind. "Many thanks, Your Highness. This commoner will see you off." Yushu lowered her head and respectfully sent this honored guest off on the carriage. Then she stood at the gate with a conflicted expression, eating the wind. With such a piece of meat thrown down, the fragrance assailed her nostrils. Should she bite it or not? Under this sort of difficult situation, Yushu quickly thought of Shui Rui, and she said in her heart, "I can only discuss this matter with him before making a decision." Well, she still had to make a trip to Wangji Tower. "Are you saying that the 9th prince went to find you and asked you to go with him to the Twin Suns Association, and he will give you a place to enter Taisha Library?" In the evening, in the backyard of Wangji Tower, Shui Rui, who had just entered the door and had not had time to change out of his official robes, asked Yushu with a frown as he washed his hands. Yushu followed behind Shui Rui and attentively folded a dry handkerchief and handed it to him. She nodded and said, "That's what he said. Big brother, do you think I should agree?" Shui Rui wiped the water droplets on his hands and silently walked to the tea table to sit down. Under the candlelight, the expression in his eyes was unclear. Yushu waited for a while before she heard him say, "I originally intended to ask him for this place." Yushu stupidly answered, "Why do you want this place to enter Taisha Library?" Shui Rui angrily glanced at her. "Of course it's for you." After saying that, he did not say anything again. Yushu laughed dryly and looked at him eagerly, waiting for him to help her make a decision. "Forget it. Since he asked first, I can't let him give it to me for free. It wouldn't be good for me to let him give it to me for free again. You should agree to this matter," Shui Rui said. "But I don't know physiognomy and can't help him much. I'm afraid." Yushu looked at Shui Rui hesitantly. Shui Rui understood what she meant. He looked at her angrily and smiled, saying, "How can I let you suffer a loss?" You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.